every week and every month and every year to learn with this wonderful human and with their personnel. Reginaldo, President of the Technical Committee of Systematization of the IRB, and he is of the TCE of the state of Amapá. Reginaldo, I met him a long time ago and I hold him in the highest esteem, and receiving him in the city of São Paulo is always an honor. Raymond Barba, Director of Project of the consulting company from North America. And dear attendees for this important event articulated by IRB. My personnel helped me create a more technical presentation or opening. As I am a bit rebellious, I decided to go down a different path. So I decided to open telling you that recently I finished writing and defending my doctoral thesis. And the theme of my doctorate thesis and my supervisor was the present Bruno Dantas of the Federal Audit Court is the theme of this event. I talked about control of public procurement processes, those that are bidding. Obviously, I approached this subject in a context that we all defend, which is the democratic state. And actually, I'd like to make my first observation. There is no control without democracy. In authoritarian regimes, there is no control. Control is, in essence, part of the democratic regime. So in this approach, I would like to highlight two important things. Firstly, I talk about the state. And in this approach, what I wanted to highlight to you is that we have a goal in terms of the democratic state, which is the collective well-being, which is the full development of human beings. And the Brazilian system of control executed by the audit courts is part of the state. Therefore, the first approach that I wanted to talk about with you is that we are part of this state whose goal is the common good and the full development of people. Therefore, our first role is to fulfill with our constitutional role of the Article number 3 of the Constitution, which is to execute or to make possible the well-being of our population and the democratic state. So, the first role that we have, or task, is to ensure that public funds serve social policies that are collectively interesting for the people, which can make up the Brazilian state. So, we have to develop a type of control which leads the Brazilian state in fulfilling its main role or function. For that, we of the Brazilian external control system exercised or executed by the audit courts, we have to make relative, and the word is to make relative because we cannot forget repressive control and posterior control. But this is not the main pillar of Brazilian control. We have to value preventive control. And here, basically, to conclude, because this isn't my lecture, it's just an opening, but I wanted to highlight these subjects. We have, in my point of view, and in my doctoral thesis, two types of control: preventive control and repressive control afterwards. In preventive control, it's a group, and there are two types: previous and at the same time concomitant. Previously, it happens before the execution of an administrative act, or the issuing of an administrative act. It's those preparatory actions for administrative act, and concomitant or simultaneous after the act is issued, but before the conclusion of its effects. This is concomitant control. I am highlighting this issue to say, if we have as a goal to ensure that the Brazilian state fulfills its purpose, that means to say that we have to arrive before public funds are wasted. To arrive afterwards, that's a problem. So to arrive before the waste of public money means to value, above all, preventive control, previous control, and concomitant control in the preventive control modality. And finally, to conclude, because briefly, probably, by the end of October, my doctoral thesis, it's already at the publisher. I hope to share it with you shortly. It's going to be called State, Democracy, and the Control of the Hired by the Public Sphere. So I'd like to conclude by telling you, obviously this is related to this theme. So here we have to value greatly all the mechanisms, all the technical mechanisms and the international norms and all the control norms, which is the goal of what you're trying to learn. I've discussed this a lot with Livio Fornazieri, who is amongst the most prepared groups in our country, and I've discussed with Livio the following issue here at the court. And recently I've been going into greater depth with Rafael, who is our coordinator. I always get it wrong, Rafael. SC. It was FC and then now it's FC after the change in legislation. And I'd like to wrap up by saying our control, so that it's efficient and effective, it needs to have priorities. And the priority has to take into account three basic elements: the value, the amount, social repercussions and social importance, and risk. When I talk about risk, I'm talking about fighting corruption. We know already what are the areas which are more subject to corruption. Taking into account these three criteria, it's what we're going to do in preventive control. We're going to get ahead of wasting. There's no point in controlling a little contract in the case of the city of São Paulo of R$1 million, BRL, if I've already done this survey with Livio. About 80 contracts in the city of São Paulo are 90% of the city's budget. It's on these 80 contracts that the efforts of the court should be focused on, and so forth for Brazil. So I decided to speak a bit outside the box, but I thought it was necessary for this opening. Wishing you all an exceptional event. The audit court and our president, Eduardo Tum, a youngster who is quite dynamic, who's done excellent management, with the council person Roberto Braguin, who was our president, councillor, and councillor Ricardo Torres, who is the ombudsman and is right now in Joberto in the MMDTC. It's also the MMDTC of the state of Rio de Janeiro. And I'd like to extend my regards to everyone and wish you a great event. And our doors are always open to all of you. Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to the president of the Rui Barbosa Institute and the Audit Court of Ceará, Joberto Lima. Good morning. It's a huge pleasure to take part in the opening of this training, which is quite relevant and important in this welcoming court whenever we need something, or whenever the Rui Barbosa Institute needs the São Paulo, we feel at home. So thank you very much. Thank you. João Antônio was a president for so long. I'd like to extend my regards. He's now a supervisor of the school. He's the dean of the audit court school of the TCM of São Paulo. Eduardo Kumo also, thank you. He's not president, but I'd like to thank him for welcoming us. I'd like to extend my regards to Councillor Reginaldo, president of our Study and Systematization Committee, and he's led very well this partnership with this TDA. Thank you, Professor Reginaldo. Congratulations. I'd like to extend my regards to Dr. Heyman Barber, who is the director of the project with Decision Analysis Partners, who was hired by the USTDA. So I'd like to extend my regards to everyone who is here, the auditors of the audit courts. And the good news is that the 33 audit courts of Brazil are here, the 26 states plus the federal district. The entire Brazil is present here. Congratulations to all who are present. Good news. I'd like to extend my regards to Dr. Livio, who is also a wonderful partner and leader and partner of the Rui Barbosa Institute. And I'd like to register, and I think this speech by João Antônio was quite significant. Because when we talk, João Antônio, about bidding laws and contracts, the bidding law and contracts, and public procurement, apparently, when I listen, when we're talking in meetings with our families and friends and so forth, when we say we work with bidding and contracts, people start to yawn. It seems like something quite bureaucratic. But the fact is, what's behind bidding and contracts and public procurement is something huge. Firstly, like João Antônio said, democracy. It's tied to the essence of democracy, to have control, to buy assets, and these assets to be controlled. And the essence of acquisitions and contracts is to try and fulfill the needs of the population. This is where the government shows itself. That's where people notice or feel the government. And when things are well done, people have what they need when they go to hospitals, and there are the equipments they need. When they go to the school is working, there's food and so forth. They drive on the roads. and those roads will be good roads or roads that are adequate. So the functioning of the government goes through necessarily procurement and execution of contracts. So it's an extremely relevant area, it's essential, and it's very important for democracy and for fulfilling the needs of citizens in their daily lives and their relationship with the governments. And this area, as everyone knows, has gone through profound changes. We have the new procurement law, 14133. The previous law was from 93. There was a different rationale. It was a difficult time in Brazil. It was a time of impeachment, so its focus was control by control. Not really trying to be successful, but it was changed or improved. There were the auction laws, public partnership laws, and this partnership with STDA. One thing interesting that was incorporated by the new bidding laws, procurement laws, is the main thing is procurement by best value. Brazil got a few things right. We sort of had it in a previous law 8666, but now it's a central issue. It's not just buying for the least value, the smallest price, but the best value. And there are several dimensions apart from price. So the life cycle of the product, the reputation of the company, if they provided good services previously, the durability of the product. So there were a series of requirements or dimensions or aspects, the ability to innovate of this company, this product. It's much more than acquiring just for the smallest price. We all remember, those who have been public servants for longer, we know this, that old, it's almost an anecdote that everyone's seen something like this happening. Coffee acquired by the bidding law, the procurement law, terrible coffee, lowest price. The pen that you write with, and 2 days later it doesn't work anymore. Everyone who's an old public servant has been through that. You know what I'm talking about. But for the law to work, and I think this is very important, we need to acquire capabilities. It's not enough to just have a law. The other day we were listing the amount of laws that Brazil has that are not applied. It's endless. We have modern laws, important laws that are not applied. For us to be able to apply the law and to be able to implement the law and for it to generate effects and to not just be writing on a paper, we need capabilities. That's why this course is important, and this partnership with our US partners and so forth. That's why this school is important. And the law talks about this expressly, the role of the schools in training managers for this new law. But us in the audit courts, I know a bit about audit courts, we need to train ourselves as well. We need to have some capability to understand, firstly, to change our mindset of the old law, because we have a new law. But if we still think in using the old law, it's not going to work. I've been working with this a long time. When the law is new, the institute is new, but the auditor or the counselor interprets it using the old law. We need to change our mindset, our mind map. We need to be able to understand what is the new philosophy, what are the goals, what are the principles that guide this new law. And the Rui Barbosa Institute has an important role in this sense. These days there was something happened a while ago that was very nice. I was in Lisbon and I went to have lunch with some friends at a seminar, because the Rui Barbosa Institute has a partnership with Europe, an integration institute, and it's led by a few people over there. And I was at the seminar over there. Joaquim Levy was there. He was the Ministry of Finance. He was president of the Development Bank as well. And we're talking about the Rui Barbosa Institute. And he says, I know the Rui Barbosa Institute quite well. When the Fiscal Responsibility Law was approved, the bill was approved in 2000, the Rui Barbosa Institute, back then presided by a councillor from São Paulo, Cittadini, had a major partnership with the Ministry of Planning back then to do the PromoX. Maybe if you're older at the courts, you probably remember PromoX. And I worked a lot at PromoX together with the Rui Barbosa Institute. What was that? It was basically the audit courts were creating state capabilities. There was no point in having a law if the audit courts were going to implement the law and who were going to be the guardians of law if they didn't know the law in depth. So the Rui Barbosa Institute together with the ministry contributed in this sense. So this is another example. The law is here, the new law 14133 with these new values. And once again, the Rui Barbosa Institute together with the Brazilian audit courts, and this partnership has been very successful at CDA, which we have been doing, acting in this direction. So in conclusion, I'd like to wish you success. I'm sure we will learn a lot, we will interact a lot, and one of the major gains here are these interactions. The audit courts will exchange WhatsApp numbers and contact information, because there's a lot of practical things that we learn by doing, and we exchange ideas in this regard, and we grow. The audit courts grow, and public administration grows with that. So have a great morning, and I wish you the best.
And now the President of the Technical Committee of Studies in Systemization of the Government of the Rui Barbosa, and the Counselor, and the General Ombudsman of the Amapá State Court, Mr. Reginaldo. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by greeting the Counselor João Antonio and the Supervisor of our school and the Counselor. And I'd like to greet and to extend my thanks to Tuma President for welcoming us. We are always welcomed here, and he loaned us Livio to work in the project. We know that Livio does a great job, and he works very hard. And Edilane from the state of Paraná, and the Councilor João Maurício and Bonilha, that started this journey. And then Gilberto Counselor also got involved. Our president, Gilberto Fontes, a person, as I always say, I'm very passionate about the work that he does in the institute, as I say, always encouraging us to do more. And I'd like to thank the Raymond, he is the representative from the company. He is going to say how we chose the company in the USDA project. Well, talking about public accounts, we talk about bidding courses, but we have to go beyond. We want to have a debate. We have to talk about the audit roles in governmental accounts, not only the auditor's roles. We're going to talk about the internal controls. We're going to talk about, more importantly, maybe the planning of procurement, because a procurement process, they are not well done if they're not well planned. We are only going to have a democratic state of law if we do a effective procurement, take into account the life cycle of the product and the best price as well. So everything that we are doing today, we have 33 audit courts for this debate. We're going to spend 5 days. Initially in this project, there were 5 pilot courts: the Amapá Audit Court, the Ceará Audit Court, the Paraná Audit Court, the Audit Court of Espírito Santo, the Audit Court of the Federal Audit Court, and the Court of the City of São Paulo also participated with some workshops about situations that you experience here and through procurements. And because São Paulo is the biggest city in Brazil, the biggest GDP, and somehow, and going to talk about public accounts means to talk about 12% of our public expenses. This is very important. I know that all of you are passionate about this topic, and I'd like to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, that are making the time. I know that you could be conducting audits, but you're making the time to talk about how to improve our performance. And as institutions, as audit courts, that's the key point here. So thank you, all of you, and I wish you a great week and enjoy it. Let's try to replicate that when we go back to our courts. All the discussions that we're going to have here regarding public procurement. So thank you, all of you. And finishing this now, give the floor to the expert in public procurement, Mr. Raymond Barber. We'd like to thank the authorities that formed the panel, and to undo the panel to go back to the technical work. And now we'll give the floor to the external control auditor and the coordinator of the event, Livio Fornazieri. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the tax court or the audit court of the São Paulo State and the Rui Barbosa Institute and and Decision Analysis and our School of Management in audit. We have produced something very carefully to you. Ray and we're going to do some activities with you before we go directly into the part related to instruction. So I will give an initial presentation. Some of you have been participating since the beginning. You know what I will talk about. I would like to apologize for that, but please be patient. But there are people here that are here for the first time and participating in the project to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Why do we have this project and how have we come this far? So I'm going to try to pull up my presentation. And And throughout this week, we want you to participate, and also we want you to ask questions. You will see that we have translators to help you for any questions that you may have. And when you ask a question, I'd like to ask you to wait for the microphone to come to you for us to be able to record everything on our video. We are recording everything that we are doing this week, and then those videos will be put on YouTube on the channel of the audit court. We're going to have videos in English and Portuguese because I have people from decision analysis watching everything that is happening over Zoom. So maybe one of our colleagues as well, and that was not able to attend, so you are able to watch on Zoom later. So wait for the microphone to come to you for you to ask a question, for us to be able to record, and for the interpreters to be able to translate the question into English or into Portuguese, or into Portuguese when the American colleagues are speaking. So we'll start by talking about our project, which is to improve procurement audits. My name is Livio. I've been at the audit court in São Paulo for 20 years. I work at the head of IT. I was the secretary of external control for 15 years. And when I worked here in the TCM. Why am I saying that? Because our project includes those two facets. More than that, my profile is someone that likes procurement and bidding processes. I always try to specialize in that. If the TCM of São Paulo tries to do many audits in bidding process, procurement process, one, because we have a city, and secondly, because we believe that's very important for improving the procurement process in the city. And now we are able, I'd like to thank Councillor João Antonio, Mr. Eduardo Tuma, and our president for allowing me to participate in this project in the Rui Barbosa Institute. And that it makes me very happy after all this what I had here. So speaking about audit in public procurements, what is my role very quickly, very briefly? Is to talk about the objectives of our project, a brief history, an overview, what are the deliverables that we have delivered, and talk about the things that we are proposing to you, which is the pilot audit to be done in the second half of this year, for you to be able to implement the knowledge that you're going to acquire here this week. And what are the objectives of the project? To adjust our audits, our procurement audits to the new law of biddings. We know, and the audit courts didn't have the manuals adapted to new bidding law. All this material will be provided to you, don't worry about that. And to improve the technical capacity and procurement audit practices, to implement criteria of assessment based on best value, economicity, efficiency, and efficacy, and to automatize the analysis through the use of systems. I'm going to talk about those things more in depth. And so we have the funding from the USDA, the North American Consulting Agency. We have a funding of around $1 million, and we are auditors. So let me put this disclaimer. So these funds don't go into the hands of Brazilian people. It goes straight into the decision analysis. As soon as we attest the work that they do, they issue report, and we check whether that meets our needs, and we check if the report is correct, and they are paid by the USTDA directly. The duration of the project is 18 months from the signature of the contract. As I said, we started in 2021 with the analysis of the initial document of the project. The USDA has specific requirements. We had to meet them. We we did a call for bids. We analyzed the proposals, and the winning proposal was the Decision Analysis Partners proposal, and the contract was signed in March 2023. So we started work a while ago. So how was that done? We selected 5 tax courts that were pilot for them to participate in this project initially and to bring some information to the consulting firm TCU from Paraná, TCI Paraná, TCI Espírito Santo, TCI Ceará, TCI Amapá, and they were selected according to the score. And the CPM of São Paulo participated many times in this project by organizing events in São Paulo, giving presentations, and myself as a focal point of the project, working very strongly in partnership with Ray Barber. And what has been done so far? The first stage was we documented the material that was provided by the 6 audit courts for them to understand the current status. And the second part was to check the needs for modernization of the public procurement audits. So where we are, what we want, and how are we going to get there. And that was the third stage, which is the plan for modernization of procurement audits. So each one of those stages led to a report, a consulting report that was given to the Rui Barbosa Institute. I'm not going to talk about each one of them because today and this week, the artists, the performers are the Americans. They are the ones that will bring knowledge to you. So, and it's important to highlight the following. The project is not to say what we do. We wouldn't make all this effort just to do what we do. What we asked them was we asked for innovation. Where do we have to improve? So it was identified that the audit courts don't work with the best value. So they don't work with the value for money. So we had to bring this knowledge. And Wednesday will be a specific day that the consultant is specialized in that will bring this methodology for us to be able to learn that. Another important point that was identified is the tax courts don't have clear mechanisms to assist the auditors in the identification of fraud risks. So we have to equip ourselves to do that. And just a warning, we are not proposing for the tax courts to replace the role of the district attorney. No, we are going to give tools to the auditor if there are risks of fraud. They could communicate clearly to the rapporteur counselor for them to take measures. And we're going to have mechanisms for communication with the district attorneys to take the necessary measures. And so we don't want to replace the role of anyone, no. Let alone the prosecutors. But we want to be equipped to make the necessary communications to the prosecutors or district attorneys. So how is the external control system is set up in the country? We have 33 audit courts. So the image will be very confusing. That's on purpose. Each audit court has its audit manual. So they have their own audit manual. They do their own training sessions to their own auditors, and each audit court develops its own information systems. What we have noticed through the consulting firm, you had an idea about that, is maybe we can work in a different way. Maybe the 33 audit courts with the partner of the Rui Barbosa Institute and led by the Institute Rui Barbosa, we can try to standardize some procedures. So that's a big challenge, to standardize some procedures or to make them uniform in public procurement processes. The first step, the manuals are different. Maybe we could come up with a general manual for procurement audits and offer that to the audit courts. We are not trying to create something that is definitive, but maybe could adapt to the local reality. Maybe there are state laws or municipal laws. You have to make changes, but the starting point is given. So yesterday I sent an email to all of you. I received that email now in the morning. A warning from our spam system. Maybe you have not received it. I will upload that to the Google Drive and provide you with a link as if you have not received it. I received 25 messages. I don't know if you have received or not, so I will provide that to you anyway, but no later than tomorrow. That's easy. So the general manual of public procurement audits. So we have a starting point for that is common to all of you. We can standardize procedures. In addition, national training in procurement audits for people to be trained based on the same elements to ensure uniformity. And here another challenge is a national system of information, or to have or APIs connected to the national public procurement for us to have access to those databases, to have a starting point to help auditors to do or to carry out their work. And the challenge is not small, but this is what the Rui Barbosa proposes in the technical committee that has been working on that. So what were the main recommendations? And here very quickly, regarding the manuals and audit guidelines, is that each audit court has its own manual and a specific manual for public procurement. And our proposal is the general manual to address the new procurement law, to speak of value for money, the identification of fraud. As I said, the audit courts have different manuals. The recommendations here, these are only recommendations, so all of us have to think strongly about that. So the auditors have to follow principles and procedures that are recognized internationally. We cannot do the way we find suitable ourselves. And the principal procedures and techniques of audit must not vary based on the location. So we have to follow the locations of our profession. There must be a set that is universally accepted of manuals, processes, procedures, training, and information systems of audit. And the audit, the procurement audit practices must follow the INTOSAI guide. And now, speaking about training and capacity building, as I said, one thing that is important, the audit courts do the training sessions on their own. I'm not saying this is something something bad, but if we have a set of documents that are common, it's important to do what we are doing now. And regarding the recommendations, we must follow the guide 5280, which has the audit guides that govern the contracts. We have to have principles of procurement with the best cost benefit, right? And we have to detect and report fraud. And speaking about information management systems.
All the courts have information systems. We've evolved a lot in the last few years. But a possible improvement that decision analysis brought is that the level of maturity of these systems varies greatly amongst the courts. We need, therefore, to have a system that's either a single system or a tool that allows us to read national databases and that allows us to exchange information. Companies today don't just work in the municipality of São Paulo or Rio or the northeast of Brazil. They work nationally. They operate nationally. So these audit courts notice this. The audit courts have different procedures, and in companies see these. And they use this to sometimes to try and escape control. So it's important that we have information systems, and the idea is that there is an integrated strategy based on data. We've already had a few meetings on this, and I'll talk about that shortly. So how did the IRB work insofar? How have we operated? There's a work group led by Councillor Reginaldo, which I am part of, which has worked together with these 6 audit courts and decision analysis partners in identifying what we do and what we want to evolve towards. I talked about the 3 stages executed. What are we doing now? Implementation and task 5, which you are taking part, which is training for modernizing procurement. What did we deliver? Consolidated audit norms. If you didn't receive, you will receive it. This is an aspect that there is ongoing discussion as well with the Rui Barbosa Institute. These are consolidated audit norms and procurement norms. Why are we calling it this? To make your lives easier. Instead of you having to consult everything, you can consolidate a single consolidated document that makes it easier and quicker to consult things. There is some controversy because the Rui Barbosa Institute said they didn't produce it. It's not exactly in the Intersci standard, but they are those rules. So any name you give it, if it's going to be called consolidated norm, whatever name you give it, or quick reference guide, it's an important document because it speeds up the life of the auditor and makes their life easy. Instead of having to look at a bunch of norms, you have a single set of consolidated norms. The general manual for public procurement, which I talked to you about, in May 2024 we did an IT workshop in the state of Paraná. It was very interesting, very good. Professor Joberto will present the results of this workshop, which talks about IT, which focuses on IT. And here, maybe you haven't noticed it, here we have external auditors that work in auditing and other colleagues who work in IT and others who work at strategic information units. The idea is that together we can do these changes in the audit courts. And we also have here, and you're taking part in this item, which is national training in procurement. José Antonio has already said this, but does Brazil still have corruption? Yes, of course. We need to still fight corruption and fight bad practices in public administration. But what is the defense? Us. The audit courts are one of the mechanisms of defense that we have in Brazil. We need to act effectively to prevent certain things from happening. Who are our heroes? It's you guys. You were chosen, you were handpicked based on your information, your experience, and your interest in taking part in this project. So based on this, on the norms, the manual and training, what the IRB is proposing to the audit courts, and there were documents sent to the audit courts. It's a proposal for a pilot audit, and this pilot audit can be part of your annual auditing plan, which has already been created, so you don't have to create an extra one. If you want to, that's fine. But for that, you would use the tools that you will receive here. The IRB will afterwards send you some more information about this, and the idea of this training is that you enjoy this week to exchange experiences, to ask a bunch of questions. These questions will help you to understand a bit more the project, but also at the end of Friday, at the same time as you're happy to be here at the court, and I still see on your faces some anxiety and some concern. That's what we want you to feel. There are concerns that we've had in so far, this anxiety, and we want this wish to change things to be part of your lives further on. And we want it to be a change in a way of doing things, and we hope that you can influence your courts in improving audits, public procurement audits. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Here are my contacts. You've already received my email, some emails from me, maybe not, maybe some of the emails were sent back anyhow. You can always contact me if you want. So I'm now going to give the floor to Ray Barber, who's going to present what this week's training will look like. Agora eu fio também.
Electronically. So that's it for the schedule. Some other thoughts, as I mentioned before, please network with the people around you, make new contacts, and I would encourage you to continue those contacts after the seminar. Ask lots and lots of questions. I know the venue isn't the best set up the best for that, but I would encourage you to do that anyway, and more than anything else, enjoy the week. And thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Ray. Now we're going to do an ice-breaking exercise so that you can stand up, move around a bit, and so that we can do something different. Once again, I just ask when you speak, which I will ask you to do, when you rise, wait for the microphone to arrive so that people can hear you. And I need an instrument here. Something is missing. It will be right here. But I would just like to make an initial request. If you're at the in the wings, please come to the corners. You can stay on a ramp. You can stand up so that we can play around a bit. Oh, it's fine. Okay, the material is here. It's just to make it easier, because if we were too far away, and I need another 2 microphones, please, so that we can work. It's simple, folks. It's just a little dynamic so that we can get to know each other a bit more, so that we can also stand up a bit so that we don't just remain sitting. It's going to be a long week, and I'm going to start so that we can start having some activities together and enjoy our time together. So I'm going to start. Initially, I'm going to do me. I'm going to say something. What I want you to say is your name, the court where you work at, what's your educational background, and then you can talk about your expectations. You can choose, or briefly about an audit that you've done that was pleasurable, different, interesting, or that you wanted to share with the colleagues. I'll start to make it easier. My name is Livio. You know me, but I'm doing this so you can understand it. I work at the TCM at São Paulo. My background is in public administration, and an interesting audit I did was an environmental audit here in São Paulo, where we had to go to the south area of São Paulo, and to reach this area we needed 2 boats to reach it. So that was interesting, even in the midst of this concrete jungle. So I'm going to throw the ball around, and then you can say something, and then you can throw the ball somewhere else, and so forth. That was random. I think it was on purpose. Anyhow, my name is Eduardo Di Pietro. I'm also from TCM São Paulo. I've been here for 17 years. I'm an engineer. I'm also a lawyer. A very interesting audit that we are still executing was at a community. It's happening at a community called the Paraisópolis community. It's a poor community in the southern region of São Paulo. The procurement is about the channeling of a stream, which is about 1.5 kilometers long. Over this stream, countless houses were built. The city had to, little by little, remove these homes. It was clear that planning was deficient or lacking. After a lot of pressure, even from us, from the audit, so that work fronts were initiated. They started their work, the hired company. They performed about 300 or 400 meters. And yesterday, I've received the information that range of about 20 meters that was open to make the channeling of the river feasible. The local drug gang decided to make that land available for further construction. So made the the project stop. So that's a challenge that we're facing. Good morning. My name is Liz. I'm from the State Audit Court of Amapá. I am from a legal background. My expectations for the course today are that we have an excellent course during the week, and so that I can exchange experiences amongst the courts. And an interesting thing that we did was an operational audit at the bidding center of the state, where we actually presented here in the diagnostic phase. We presented it during the diagnostic phase, a very important work that we did, and based on the taking into account the new bidding law. So, thank you. Good morning all. My name is Fabio. I worked at the State Audit Court in Paraná, the Strategic Information Unit. My background is in accounting with a specialization in data science. And an interesting audit that I took part recently was a big procurement process for the state revenue service for structuring their analytical environment, and having these concepts on best value would have been good. They would have been good criteria for that work. So our expectations are to acquire new knowledge and concepts and apply them in the future. Thank you. Good morning, folks. My name is Alexandre Gambach. I'm from the State Audit Court of Rio de Janeiro. I'm an engineer in telecommunications with a specialization in data science. I never worked in audits. I work in the data area in supporting the audit teams. So I don't really have a story to tell. Throw the ball, not the mic, okay? Good morning. My name is Marcos. I'm from the Audit Court of Paraíba. I'm a pharmacist, my background. Worked in healthcare. And I hope to exchange experiences and acquire knowledge. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Fausto. I'm from the Audit Court of Ceará. I have a background in business and accounting, and my expectations are to enhance my knowledge in procurement, because I think it's a means for implementing public policies. If procurement doesn't happen properly, public policies will not be able to be implemented with satisfaction. And most problems we have today in public administration start with this lack of planning, in the lack of establishing an object or delineating the service, how it will happen in public sphere as a whole. So I think something like this, in using the new law, which isn't that new anymore, it's been around for about 2.5 years, in effect. So it's important to make this knowledge more uniform and apply it smartly within the Federation. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'll throw the ball to my friend. It's in the rules. My name is Julio. I'm from the Audit Court of the State of Ceará as well. My background is in business with a master's in economics. And I came with the expectation mainly focused on the best value thing. I work with in preventive control as well, and there we were able to identify clearly the economic financial modeling for choosing the most advantage, the best proposal, because we have tangible average ponderated costs, and we have several elements that we evaluate within a project. And it's still a public procurement process. It's kind of a public procurement process, even though it's internal. So that makes me want to be here. And that's it. Wish you all a good week and a great course. Thanks. Good morning. I'm Oliveira. I'm from the state of Roraima, the audit court. I worked with contracts together with my colleague. An experience that we had that was very interesting. Me and my colleague, we went to a municipality in the state of Roraima to spend 5 days. It was a routine audit. And there we found out of fraud led by the mayor together with his family to fraud contracts and with forgers. We were meant to spend 5 days. We spent 15. We have over 4,000 pages. Back then it wasn't electronic. And we sent it to the prosecutor, and the mayor was suspended together with his family members. So it was quite interesting. Give it to my colleague here. He's right next to me. Good morning. I'm Aristoteles Sampaio. I'm external control auditor with a background in civil engineering. Currently, I'm the Secretary of Auditing Contracts and Bidding. I have about 18 years of experience in other secretaries as well as, construction. I've worked in special audits as well. I'm not going to be unfair telling any stories because we had many experiences. It would be unfair for me to tell you any. But my expectations are in fraud that our colleague said. Related to that, our expectations is that the Americans can give us some tell us something about fraud detection. So that's what I have to say. Sorry, I forgot to say. I'm a biologist, and I also have a background in law, degree in law. My name is Eduardo. I'm from an audit court of the Federal District. I have a degree in civil engineering. I work in a division which does auditing. We take care of everything except for healthcare and education. I did a few audits. Probably the most interesting one was an audit we did of solid waste, which was construction waste. And there was a lot of changes in waste management in the Federal District. I'm not going to give you data because that would be a problem, but that was something.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Felipe Costa. I'm an external control audit from the Pará State. I have a degree in law, and I'm a newcomer in external control. I was appointed in 2022, but the audit that was the most challenging was the school transport work, because we had to go through many rivers in the Amazon region. Although I'm from the region, I had never traveled on a river. It was very challenging, and the expectation from the course, I participated in representation processes for procurement, and I believe it is very important to check not only what we buy, but how we buy, and that's what we must do, what we must focus on as auditors. Good morning, everyone. My name is Augusto from the Audit Court of Bahia State. And this game reminded me a friend of mine that married many times, when his wife threw the bouquet of flowers, the and the women were trying to catch the flowers, and the boys were trying to kick the flowers away. And I'm I have a degree in architecture, but I had never built, not even a house dog. I started working with IT. I came to the audit court. I work now with a strategic planning center. I have little expertise in audits, but I have done some work with some colleagues in the risk matrix for suppliers or vendors. That's more interesting, because we work with types which are signs, or they are not they are flags. They are not concrete cases of irregularities, but they allow us to identify potential frauds. I think this is an interesting topic. Now over to, what a surprise. Good morning. Good morning, Livio. Good morning, Roberto. I worked here at this place for 2 or 3 years as an auditor, and the good son always comes back to the house. Now I work in Rio de Janeiro for audits. I could talk about audits here or in Rio, in healthcare and transportation, and now I'm in collaboration with our info accounts. I'm trying to create tracks and to try to specify clients and the service orders. We're trying to specify the service orders. That's what I have been working on. Is that allowed by the rules, Arnaldo? The ref My name is Daniel Jesus. I'm an auditor from the Audit Court of the City of Bahia, and I'm an accountant and a lawyer, and I want to do things differently, and especially value for the benefit and the indications of fraud. An interesting audit that I participated in. It is still in progress, the National Program of Immunization, and we were able to do things differently, and by preventive measures, we were able to implement public policies. From one colleague to another, my name is Andy from the TCM Bahia. I'm a civil engineer and work in the audit control area. I participated in a very interesting audit and with the general controller with Peru in Latin America for vaccination coverage after the pandemic. And we looked at many vaccines, and now I'm in this audit that was mentioned by Daniel. We are participating that, and the expectation is to take those concepts, these standardizations and so on. I find that very interesting because of this moment that we're going through in our TCM. We are conducting audits based on international standards and so on. Thank you. My name is Larissa. I'm from the TCE in Rio Grande do Norte. I have a background in dentistry and law, and I work in the with the municipalities, and regarding all the governmental aspects, from healthcare, education, and our representations where we work more with procurement inside the management area. That's why I have high expectations for the scores to leave the box and to go outside the box. And an interesting job that we are doing now is monitoring the contract awarding for transportation processes in the city of Natal. So we are checking every step of the way what is being done. Congratulations. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ferreira from the Amapá TCE. I have high expectations, especially regarding the reports and like and charges. And how can we go above the case law in the audit courts regarding procurement process? How can we try to implement the best value process? And that's it. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfredo Branquino from the Tocantins State Audit Court. Almost 100% of the time, I do simultaneous analysis, public-private partnerships for public-private partnerships. Now, the state government has done some procurement process of almost 2 billion reals of pavement works, and we are gathering evidence and on site, because we have a partnership with the Federal Institute of Tocantins, with a pavement lab for soil mechanics. We are preparing a big audit. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hercule Brandemarte. I have a degree in business administration, computer science, history, and incomplete mathematics. And I work in the Rio TCM. But I'm helping the Alagoas audit court in the audit structure. So in terms of standards, procedures, and norms, that will be perfect, because now in this second half of the year I'm formatting the normative structure of the court. I've done 2 of them. Now at the end of August I will submit the master one, and now in the second week of August I will start the manual. So I will learn a lot, because I will learn more from the best value topic. My name is André. I'm from the Goiás State Audit Court. I'm an external control auditor. I have a degree in civil engineering. Regarding my experience, I was thinking, well, I conducted an audit recently in the beginning of this year, and it was a contract of building maintenance. And I think for that contract, that I had some dilemmas when I had to make decisions, because the company had a very well structured computer systems, but the internal controls of the city, I'm not going to mention the city, which one it is, but I think they depended a lot on the company's systems. And as a result, the report has just come out, I think a month ago. It will bring a lot of gains for structuring the city in terms of internal controls, I think this is going to be very nice.
curso,
Regarding this course, my expectation is regarding the best value because, and from my experience in engineering work and construction work, I think we have a lot of difficulties. We always choose the lowest value option, but the capacity to have a more encompassing view that may add value to us. So I think that was going to be very, very nice. I was thinking to myself, maybe for pavement services and so on, and different ways of doing that. So, and for all types of services, but I think each type of service will have its own specificity. That's going to be nice to work on that. I'm sorry to stop the game. Ray looked at me, and I'd like to invite you. I I can I can say Ray because I can blame someone else, right? But I would like to invite you to have some coffee in the back room here. Uh, let's try to stick to our time because we have a lot of content to go over, and I'd like to thank you very, very much for your participation. Great. It was great to get to know you a little bit, but I want to know all of you more in depth, exchange experiences, and we have bathrooms on both sides, for men and women. Thank you.
11 horas de volta, por favor.
We'll be back at 11 a.m. Come back here.
Tipo, a gente não pode usar um
related to the IT issues and that which we call in the audit courts strategic information is Professor Joberto. Professor Joberto is a specialist in the area, and he has taken part with several meetings, and he led the interviews related to the IT part with the audit courts of the pilot project, and he has a lot of knowledge, and he will present that which was done about IT. And I forgot to let my colleagues know that I was going to start working now for my. I'd like to thank you all for your presence. Gilberto, please, Professor. Good morning. Thank you, Livio, for the introduction. I'd like to ask the slide control people. And before it appears, it's a satisfaction to be here with all of you. This project has been quite well described by the initial statements by my predecessors, who seeks to improve efficiency of auditing as a whole in Brazil. So my name is Joberto Martins. Quickly, my background so that you know, I'm an engineer from the 70s. My white hair lets you know, but I did all my career, my entire professional career was partly as a consultant, partly as a teacher in computation, IT. I'm an IT person. I'm not an auditor, an external control auditor, or nothing like that. I'm from IT. As for training, which is important as well, trying to be brief, I had a doctorate pursued my doctorate in France about 30 years ago at a place called Pierre-Marie Curie, which is the PMC in computation, and I was also spent some time in the US pursuing my postdoctorate at Berkeley in computation IT. So what is our goal? Which has already been introduced by Livio. is to summarize in a workshop that we did about IT systems for systems auditing in a city of Curitiba in the month of May, a few months ago. And apart from that, to do, which is what I'm going to call a spoiler of what are the recommendations of consultancy, and I refer to DAP, Decision Analysis Partners, in regards to modernizing information systems of the audit courts. I forgot to mention, before I continue in the technical part, that I am a consultant hired by DAP in the context of this project for maintaining information systems of the audit courts. So once again, it's a pleasure to be with you. The idea here is a presentation, but my style, I appreciate it when we interact. So if you want to discuss something, you can interrupt. I have 1 hour and a half, so it's more than enough. So I'm going to explain about this presentation. So this talks about the support of the USTDA. You can read that afterwards. So what is our agenda? To bring you an idea, to recap the workshop that happened in Curitiba, to present some alternatives that the consultancy mentioned in the workshop in regards to modernizing information systems. At the workshop, we did a SWOT analysis with the participants of the consultancy. I'm going to bring what we understood that are the results of our efforts, and we're going to advance talking about how we can move forward in modernizing IT systems of courts. I'm already going to let you know. I don't want to create a lot of surprise. I'm just going to spoiler. So it's data-centric approach. I'm going to try to explain this a bit better with a few collaboration and governance issues, and I'm going to explain why. To close, an implementation plan which has some information. In these cases are quite technical, and a discussion about expertise in governments in the what's present. But before continuing, I wanted to make a survey with the group, which is because the discourse here, okay, it's adjustable depending on our audience. But I wanted to know if you can raise your hands. Who are my colleagues here who are involved more with technology and IT, or related to the strategic information units present here? We have 20 to 30%, okay. So I'm going to try and discuss both to make it easier for you to understand. Another issue, before entering the discussion of what happened in Curitiba and what is the modernization proposal, this is a bit of my personal style. And 3 things that we thought were interesting are the following. What is the goal of working with information systems in the courts? So it's already been said, but I wanted to re-emphasize that the goal is to improve the audit processes as a whole. And then I am referring to the audit processes, not the information systems. We have had a concern in DAP to take proposals, to bring proposals. Of course, there is a technical aspect that justifies it, which is interesting, but it's not about improving information systems per se. or adopting trends. What we have been concerned with is bringing proposals that seek to improve the audit process. For example, efficiency, best value as well can be considered in a context, and of course something that was considered important was detection of frauds in general. And then a second issue comes along. Do we really need to modernize the information systems? Why am I asking? The answer is yes, but maybe with different levels of applicability. And why is this? It's already been said, and I'm going to reiterate, after the survey we did in the interviews with the 5 courts, which are also part of the initial pilot program, we detected that there are different realities in courts, different contexts in terms of infrastructure, personnel, expertise, resources, and so on. So, the challenge, so to speak, about the proposals we're bringing is to present a pathway to modernization, which can also be followed, if not by everyone, by a few courts or a group of courts, in a sense of improving their infrastructure and providing better support for the audits. And then the third thing comes along. We are using here the term modernization or modernizing, but what does that actually mean? In our proposal here, there are 2 aspects. One aspect, obviously, is to deal with the technical issue, modernization from a technical point of view, but a second aspect is to look at the management aspect of the process and to have a management outlook to the process. And I'll explain that, and I hope you agree with me. I'm an IT person. So people might say, why is Joberto talking about, I don't know, working with governance as well? Well, it's because we also learned in this process of talking with the courts that, yes, and it's governance in a sense of projects, not the courts as well. Okay, that's important to clarify that. So we learned that the courts have independence. They are independent from a management perspective. And in our point of view as a consultancy, these technical approaches can be executed totally independently. Nothing prevents that. But on the other hand, if there is some sort of management or joint action, in our point of view, the results tend to be much more improved. So this management outlook that I'm talking about is in the sense of looking at a modernization process in regards to the courts. And the last issue is there on the screen, which is to contemplate or to take into account the diversity of the existing courts. Okay, so let's go to the workshop. So we created an acronym, WISA, whatever you want to call it. So Workshop of Information Systems for Audits, WISA. So what was the idea of the workshop? To discuss, present, what are the possibilities for modernizing the information systems for the courts in Brazil. This happened in Paraná, it's been said. Those who were present were the Amapá courts, Ceará, Paraná, Pernambuco as well, and the TCU, apart from the Rui Barbosa Institute, Tricom, and representatives of Infocontas. What was the strategy of the workshop? Now I'm recapping, okay? So the strategy was to present to the courts the consultancy's analysis of the status quo of each court in regards to the information systems. From that, and considering that, to suggest and to discuss mainly a group of strategies that seek to modernize. Sorry, there's a spelling issue. For the information systems in the courts, and more importantly, to collect feedback, the experiences of the courts, because I'm talking to experts for sure. So it's very important for consultancy to capture the feeling, what ways are possible or feasible, take into account the diversity of Brazil and the audit courts and different infrastructure and so forth. So that was the strategy of the workshop. And then we created an image. I love graphs. I think they speak more than words, to illustrate the spirit of the workshop, which was collaborative. And it was great. At least that was my point of view. It was fantastic. We discussed and debated, disagreed and agreed. It was great. So highlighting this issue, so there we have the image. We have 5 players present. Today I'm impressed. We have 33, so all of Brazil, so that's even better. I'm going to have a space issue on the next version of this, but that's good. But then observe in the image that there are some words that I call magic words that portray or try to portray the idea of initiative: consensus, alignment, and collaboration. So that's the idea that we are pursuing. Might be that we're not able. Let's imagine I'm pessimistic. Each court does what they do always, and that's it. That'll be fine. But it would be better if we could, as Livio said, as the councillor said, to try and work together as much as possible. On my side, as a DAP, I don't imagine something single, or I doubt that will happen. But if it happened, good. But if it's possible from a technical standpoint in terms of collaboration, yes. The idea is for us to try and encourage and maybe highlight a few ways forward. Okay? So you have the idea? So then let's go. So let's recap what was presented. So we have the image to remind you, and I'm going to present quickly because there's 70% here probably are auditors and not from IT, so that things aren't too boring. But the technical folks, if you want to after the event talk with me, I'll be here all afternoon and we can discuss. That's fine. So this is going to be an overview of what we said. So we presented a group of alternatives for upgrading, which are there. So these are the possible ways forward that the system could use. The first one I'm going to let you know is the solution that we think is the best, that's going to be repeatable, is centralizing data. There's a technical and logical reason for that. And afterwards we explained the possibilities for the information system based on cloud-based, which isn't really executed by the courts here, or at least the ones we talked to. We looked at some artificial intelligence things that I don't need to really explain, that it can bring some benefits for auditing, and we mentioned blockchain, which is arriving and is a possibility. So I'm going to basically, who was present?
Three people, so I'm going to repeat. I apologize to make sure that everybody understands. Yes. So before presenting the technical points, now I'm trying to play the role of a teacher. We created an image, a figure that tried to represent the idea of what an information system is, to be used by the courts. So the idea is to have a figure, which is this one right here, where we represent the most essential points. This is not a definition, no. This is an overview that allows auditors to understand the components of the system and to follow the technical aspects of the process. So roughly, you have the sets that input data, and you have at the bottom you have a set of elements that allow you to exchange data with partners. That's going to be important for discussion. In the core, the pointer is not working because the video is very white, but in the core, in the middle, you have the audit process. We have 3 examples, but that may vary depending on the court. So you have the functions that execute the audit process. When the process is executed, you make that available to the users, which are represented on the left, the data consumers, auditors, and so on. So that's an attempt to show, to create a design that represents the idea. And when we indicate an action that is technical for the information system, we're going to try to map in that figure all the cases. You're going to see that from now on. So the first option that we suggest for the information system of the courts is to centralize the data. We can call that data-centric or data-oriented. That doesn't matter. What is the idea? I'm going to try to sell the idea to auditors, not to the technicians. The technicians know. The idea when you develop or when you... The strategic element for the development of a data-centric system is that you start considering the data as the most important element of the process. The capturing, the processing, fraud detection, whatever, and then you make that available to users. Users from the court themselves, that is natural, and users from other courts. And that comes in the idea of collaboration that I mentioned. So roughly, that is without going to the technical details, that's the idea of the data-oriented approach that we presented in Curitiba. And later, I'm going to go back. Our technical colleagues, they know that. We are going to go over some points. Let's move on to the next ones. In addition to data-oriented approach, another possibility to work on the modernization of the information systems of the court would be to adopt a strategy. And the idea is to say, well, I'm going to do things, going to do a cloud-based system. Of course, we never go that far, but technically, this is what I'm saying here. Why? Because the idea, all of you know, you from the technical area, cloud-based strategy is a global trend. It has cost advantages and so on, and implementation. It is not worth going into details here, but do you remember the design that the figure that we had come up with, and the elements of the information structure that are highlighted in a different color here? You can put them in the cloud. That's the idea. So that you can see the impact. The dashboards, decision-making systems, all the dashboards can be made available to. You can put that in the cloud, and that's part of your strategy. That was the second possibility that was mentioned in Curitiba. And the next one, this is a hot one, because we have many experts here. And what is the term? Expert from the strategic units, and the other element is artificial intelligence. What do you think? Should I move forward? Should I leave that aside? No, we have to take that into account. Yes, of course. So the idea that was brought here is that, again, there's no need to say that from the methodological point of view. We have to mention that it is a global trend, and it is applicable to everything, artificial intelligence will be a problem. I could spend hours talking about artificial intelligence, but when we look at the information system specifically that will support audit processes in courts, they have some potential impacts. For example, automation of processes. Artificial intelligence may be applied effectively more strongly. Some of you are already use that. That's new to some of them. And for example, when you go to databases that you use from the audits that have been carried out in the past years, you have a very rich source of data, and artificial intelligence can be used to not only to extract information, but in additional step is to extract knowledge that's different from information. It's added value information. So don't do that, because 99% of the time goes wrong. But if you're not an expert in artificial intelligence, this is how it can help, and it can be used on the left for you to create the reports, decision-making support process. You can get feedback. You can customize. You can personalize. So it is a broad range of possibilities, which is very interesting. Are we going to apply everything? No, I think we have to choose. I think we have to have a project that will reflect on that. The use of artificial intelligence in your court. Some of the courts already mentioned the TCU. Who is from TCU here? Is there anybody from TCU here? No, they have not arrived yet. But it is worth mentioning. TCU is well positioned in that regards. We have spoken about that in the consulting process. They are a model for you in terms of expertise, right? So artificial intelligence, maybe we are going to take that into account or not, but we have to talk about that. And now I'm going to talk about value for money. You can use artificial intelligence to help in this process. You can check anomalies, especially very complex audits. This is another example. And as I'm speaking, I start remembering, it's important to say that I'm not saying that artificial intelligence will replace auditors. No, that's what I'm saying. Never. Artificial intelligence is a tool to help you in the decision-making process. It will give you more information that for you to audits to make better decisions. That's the idea. And there are people that advocate for that, and there are people saying that some tasks that are carried out by auditors will be done by artificial intelligence. This is what I'm saying. The human being is part of the process. What we would like to do is to make our jobs easier, not to replace human beings. Well, you may automate the processes, and you can facilitate the decision-making process, especially when the decisions are complex. It may assist the auditors in that task. And the other new element that we brought to discussion in Curitiba's workshop, it was blockchain. So all of you know this term. So, but what happens to blockchain? Well, what is the idea of this slide right here? First of all, what does blockchain have to do with auditing? Roughly, that's what I'm trying to say here. The first consideration, blockchain apparently, I don't know, apparently is a trend that is here to stay in the organizations. Everything points in that direction, but I've been in this field for more than 40 years. There were always trends. There was a hype, and people forget. I don't think that's the case. I don't think people will forget. But I'd like to say that I'm not sure. But if it is adopted, it is something that will have an impact on your lives. And then I think all of you know, but educationally speaking, right? And just in organizations as a whole, how are they using blockchain? They now have smart contracts that are popping up. They are monitoring financial transactions, accounting, accountability. Another one is the digital currency, which is or cryptocurrency, which is outside of your scope. What does the blockchain offer to us? Well, it is a mechanism that guarantees that will allow you to do transactions in a secure, non-changeable, and authentic manner. That's in a nutshell. For in practice, it is a digital ledger, right? How? What is the technical? It is a ledger. It's an accounting book. A digital. I'm not from this field. I apologize. I'll try to map it here. It is a digital ledger where you write down or you record the transactions, and nobody can change that. You have all the history backwards. It allows you to follow uh, and to check the whole process. It is a disruptive technology, and this is the last bullet at the bottom. I I try to talk about the audit processes, and once we adopt that, and from what it seems, blockchain will have a disruptive impact from the point of view, from the auditing point of view. Collection of evidence, the follow-up on contracts, all these systems on which you have a lot of knowledge, maybe that will change, and maybe we're going to have to adapt ourselves to try to understand how the technology works, and to make sure that the audit will we will have to audit blockchain, right? And two aspects: blockchain may be used by the companies, public or private companies, and it also may be used in information systems in courts. So for us, we found interesting, just for information purposes, is to let you know the following. Well, where blockchain could be used in terms of information systems for an audit court. So we have three areas that we have highlighted compared to that original figure. One of them, which is easy to understand, is to provide identity management with its partners. It does that very well. And the second one, the block in the middle. And once you define an audit process piloted by blockchain, it is auditable, and you do the tracking, and that makes things easier from the audit court point of view, and you have easy or safe access or secure access. But these are three elements within the context of the information system may be of interest to you. But that was the idea of blockchain. Well, I added a few other texts, but you can read them later. So for the group that is not technician, this slide will be available to you. And if there's any information, I'm at your disposal, as I said. So that was the idea. Now, as the last element to recap what was done in Curitiba, one of the steps in the discussion that we had there was a SWOT analysis that was implemented, and I'm going to bring to you a summary of the idea. It was done on day 2, and we had 3 groups with a mix of people from different courts to avoid biases in the considerations. And then here we are bringing to you the consolidation of what was discussed, of what was presented by the colleagues from the courts. So first of all, regarding the strengths, what was indicated or listed from the understanding of the participants in Curitiba? Well, electronic process, and well, the information system behind and data, they are minimally structured and in practically all TCs. That is true. What is our understanding? Well, the courts are prepared for the upgrade because the basics they have. And I only the two of you was the author of the idea. Please correct if I'm wrong. But this is what we understood. So the basic part you have. Part number 2, there are shared solutions to common problems among TCs. What is being said there? The TCs already do some type of collaboration among different courts, and here I would like to add, and right now they are only in single, separate, not to everyone. Sometimes an exchange between one counselor and another, but you do have that, but you don't have that in a systematized manner or encouraged manner to spread the benefits and the exchange of knowledge among the courts. Well, third point, there is expertise among IT and auditor teams that shows that you are capable of dealing with the problem, but that was highlighted. And regarding opportunities, so going back to Livio's words, so that was the group that discussed, understood that the Rui Barbosa Institute and Atricom are considered as opportunities to work together with the courts. That seems to be interesting. And an opportunity that was mentioned is the data that are already available in the lab cons and info contas, and the courts they have a history of data, and that's an opportunity to work on information. And the third point is interesting. It goes beyond my scope of expertise, but I had to list that because I don't know if I can say that this is a desire. It is not the need, but it is an expectation. It is hard to find the word, but you're going to understand the courts, they are independent. They will keep on being independent, and the experts, they suggest that maybe it would be interesting to have a council that would bring the courts together, that would work on that, on the evolution of the information systems or the audit process as a whole, with greater uniformity. I'm not talking about standard, with greater uniformity or less disparity. That was considered another opportunity from what we have understood. And the following one, that's somehow obvious, but it was mentioned there. But you understand that the project, it is a possibility to move forward in these new technologies, blockchain and so on. And the sharing of expertise is also considered an opportunity. And weaknesses. As you can see, the first bullet point is the opposite what I mentioned before. Lack of a centralizing entity with decision-making power. That was very strong, which means the fact that the courts are independent, that also creates a problem. The second point, which is true, there are different levels of maturity and computerization of disease, and that's a weakness that has to be addressed. Well, the next one, Livio mentioned non-uniformity in the audit strategies and standards. That was also mentioned by the group. And here, this is somehow digital, lack of sharing of data and expertise. There was a few cases here and there, but this is one of the weaknesses that were mentioned. And the threats, that seems to be quite relevant, the challenge, and it is not, and it seems to be quite complex. You can have in your court the wonderful system and the top systems. There are many adjectives that we can use to highlight the system, but the municipalities and systems, they have infrastructure that is precarious. This is something that was mentioned by your colleagues, and external political interference that is part of the process, but it is a threat. And something else that came up was the council. I'm only repeating what was mentioned. So you spoke about the absence of a regulatory instrument and a council of the TCEs. So that was the summary of the SWOT analysis that was carried out by the colleagues in Curitiba. Any questions? People are very quiet, but let's move forward. So, and then let's go now to the new phase. What am I going to present now? I'm going to, well, what is the DAP's position regarding the roadmap, the paths to modernize the information systems of the courts? Well, the first item that I would like to highlight is this suggestion is based on what? Based on 3 points. Well, first of all, the access that we had to information of the current status of the information systems of courts, that was detailed. If you want to read the document in test report number 3 of the AP, which is the result of the interviews that we carried out with the 5 courts involved in the pilot project. And second point that was considered in this considerations here was the feedback that was presented by the IT professionals during the SWOT analysis and during the workshop in Curitiba. We took that into account. There was a lot of interaction in the aisles, in the corridors, and a technical position of the consulting group regarding the best roadmap option for the TCs. And our proposal, or our proposed modernization roadmap. So basically, we would have a primary roadmap. Primary would be the most important one. So the most effective one. And from our point of view, this is we can talk about that, but that's subject to discussion. The consulting firm is open. We're going to defend what we understand, but you can challenge that, no problem. So we understand that it is the most beneficial in the current status of the course, and a set of recommendations that is in parallel, we call secondary, which is
que são de repente relevantes, né?
But maybe they are relevant, but they are not. But you don't have to run after that to implement. You can do that more slowly, but you must take that into account. Yeah, and the proposal is for you to consider that within the context of the main action that I'm going to show in the following slide, which is in the first bullet, which is in English. The suggestion is to have a data-oriented strategy for information system development. We have modularization and integration with a view to supporting the audit process.
There's even an acronym PMR1, but it's kind of long. So this is the main way to be followed. And we suggest as well that also as a primary recommendation that we work with, and then it's not technical, it's something more managerial in the governance, with an exchange of data and expertise between courts. Of course, this goes beyond the technical scope, but once again I insist, and I understand that if this is done, the results for the court and for the group of courts for sure will be better, which is what we want. And what is optional that you implement sometimes, maybe to have some sort of experience in learning,
is to adopt a cloud-based computing structure in some elements, and also work and use a bit more off-the-shelf software. So this would be the main elements that are being proposed here. Well, now going back to the main point, which is data-oriented. Then we try. The slide is long, but the idea of the slides is to try and present and at the same time justify that this solution is plausible and it makes sense in terms of an audit court. And then I'm going to read a few aspects, because then the data, it's a central element that guides the entire planning, implementation, operation, and management of an information system in the courts. That's the proposal. And then in a system based on data, the audit process has a flow which treats the data produced, processed, and collected systematically during the entire life cycle of the audit operation. But this, for the technical people, you can see the API acronym. This means we make available data, and we make it available not just for the audit process, but for any, not for the current audit process, but for any future things that happen. Because we understand it's a dynamic process. I'm not an auditor, but let's imagine with the best value, you're going to have some learning during the best value. So it's important possibly for you to have an information system that has some flexibility. For example, let's say I learned this isn't the way forward, let's go through here, or let's change this or that. That's probably going to happen. So that's this data-oriented strategy. In some way, it fulfills this goal. So the elements in general that, at least to illustrate the idea, for those who are behind this strategy, firstly, is the quality of data. The data has to be worked with. You can't collect data randomly with a spreadsheet. You have to have some professional collection efforts, and this has to take into account the problem of the front lines, you know, the cities, the small towns that don't have much infrastructure. Well, now we have to work with the interfaces, that the interfaces are the APIs. They serve to obtain data internally or externally. So the TCM of São Paulo has its data, but then it makes available not all of it. Of course, there's some security issues as well, but as much as possible, when possible, feasible, they can give that to the rest of Brazil. That's the principles that we have. Eventually use an open data strategy. That's a bit futuristic, but that's a possibility. We also consider in this strategy the data in the flows associated with the audit process, and the storage issue, which can be cloud-based storage or other forms of storage, is also dealt with objectively here or mentioned. There's a lot of silence, so the question is, did you understand it, sort of, if you're not, if this isn't your field? Okay, so I'm going to wrap up quickly so it isn't too tiring. So as for these scenarios in the courts, what can we say? And most of the courts that were interviewed, those 5, if they are not doing or working in a data-oriented strategy, they are thinking about doing it. So possibly the strategy isn't going to be entirely new in regards to its implementation. In the current scenario, we already have some courts which are sharing or not sharing data. This has been said. So what are the benefits? So I know the idea is the audit process. So what benefits can we see for the audits? it can improve the audit process in the courts and amongst courts as you share data. It improves collaboration, I've already mentioned this, and inherently, here this is a bit embedded, but that information, but you share expertise depending on how you treat data. If it includes some information, sharing isn't just pure data or raw data. You also share process data, which is knowledge. So that's also important. And then it can be executed as a strategy with or without collaboration. I hope with collaboration, but it should be clear that both options are possible. Finally, I think this is the last slide about data-oriented. I don't know if you noticed or know anything about artificial intelligence, but then it appears here. But I'm going to summarize my slide in 3 words. When you have data with quality in a process, IA automatically enters to do several things. If you know artificial intelligence, you know that in fact, actually the biggest difficulty in using IA today is to have good data. You know, that's a lot of work. You spend hours and hours, days, months working with data. So if the courts decide somehow to work with a data-centric approach, and you're also going to think about the use for IA, of course, but it's inherent, then that opens up a range of possibilities that I mentioned previously that all of you know, which is to use more and more as much as possible with progression that demands a certain adaptation from people, from auditors, to use more and more the systems. People are calling it intelligent, but it's not that intelligent. A lot of things is just systematization of data. So that's the issue. The second bullet point, an information system that's data-oriented with quality, 100% aligned with artificial intelligence, because it's a basic requisite of artificial intelligence. You need data. Otherwise, it won't work properly. It won't work well. And then, okay, so then we have the second primary recommendation, which isn't that technical, but we think it's important in a sense of sharing a more joint action of courts, which is effective governance with the sharing of data and expertise amongst courts. So the recommendation, I think the title already tells us the idea, which is from now on we start working, I don't know, with some association, but it's a way, it's a more systematic way where everyone is in agreement, or some courts are in agreement, to officialize, let's use that word, the issue of exchange of expertise and data. This is more a message than a project. So that's the idea. So it's a recommendation for exchanging data and expertise to systematize and formalize procedures for carrying out this practice. The second bullet point, we notice that this is already happening. This has been happening in isolated instances, and the level in which you will do this expertise and exchange of this expertise and data is debatable. But we haven't defined it yet, but we put some sectors in yellow. For example, the audit processes, to work with a common process among several courts that's shared. So that's the idea. From the data point of view, the data available for the courts that is below on the left, that's another element. If you need to formalize and allow its this exchange of information. So some issues are highlighted there. Expertise sharing, dashboards. Do 33 courts need to produce 33 dashboards to show the results, the financial results of their audits in their courts? That's a question, right? That slide is trying to ask. Maybe not, right? So it's once again the principle that we're defending. So that's the idea. And then a secondary. Basically, cloud computing. There's not much to say here. What can I say is, as you take on as a court that you're going to execute a strategy that is data-centric, as much as possible use cloud computing. And then each court, and then there's some more complicated issues that I'm not going to discuss now, that you should consider its reality, if it's feasible or not. But the idea is that, considering that it's a global trend that brings benefits. And then I put the benefits. I'm not going to read them because it's quite technical, but I think you all know the cloud is useful for us in different ways. And once again, there are a few other impacts that I'm going to skip that you can read afterwards. And the last bullet point, I think, is the point that normally when a trend is very strong, we can't ignore it. Okay, folks? If a trend is very strong, there's some logic behind this. Maybe the logic isn't matching what I'm seeing in my court, but, you know, keep an eye on it. Track it. Might be useful. So that's the message as well. And at the same time, use off-the-shelf software. You all understand the principle, the idea. It's that it's applicable in this data-centric approach because it decreases a bit the overhead of the courts, even though there are also some disadvantages, which is, and I'm going to name a few, which in Curitiba we discuss. You lose a bit of control. There are a lot of specificities in regards to the audit process because usually the suppliers can't even understand and they take a long time to do things the way you need to do it, to understand things. There are some disadvantages, but there are also some advantages which can be analyzed or taken into account for a certain court. I was a bit quicker here, so I didn't, you know. Well, then here is a drawing showing that I can use off-the-shelf software. And then, now to wrap up, I'm still on time. I have a few minutes for questions. We also suggested or are suggesting in a document that isn't available yet for you folks, which isn't even available for Leave. It's going to be available this week. We're also dealing with a group of suggestions, which is a spoiler of an implementation plan for data-oriented strategy. Sorry, did I do something here? I don't think so. Thanks. So this part here is quite technical. I'm just going to basically show the idea, and then I'm going to give you the floor, which I think is more relevant. And then there will be some other moments with IT people to discuss the details, but what we are proposing is basically to have a group of actions and projects that deal with data dictionary and data catalog, with definition and standardizing, which has to do with the quality of the data that I showed, which is going to be where artificial intelligence strategies would be useful. The issue of data collection, procedures, which we already do today, but the idea is that we have a more systemic approach, a more common approach amongst courts, and that deals or takes into account the diversity of clients you deal with, the process per se, the audit process per se, data-centric. This is going to be a challenge because all the courts already have their systems implemented. So here I'm also going to highlight an issue. The idea of DAP is not to say throw away your system and build a new one. No. We have ways of adapting what exists to a data-centric approach and evolve from the current moment. Now I insist, if I have 33 courts, it's going to be 33 different analyses. Don't ask me, Gilberto, what's the magic formula? I don't know. It's going to be a case analysis, but anyhow, reminding the principles that exist that are advantageous for you in our point of view. And there is the issue of reporting, analysis, and results, and of course an issue of safety that has to be considered. Now these 5 bullets, there are a few other slides here that I'm going to skip. It's all technical, okay? You would be bored. But if you would like to discuss this, I'm available afterwards. And in terms of governance, which is another important issue, once again, brief spoiler, we suggest, but this is also debatable, 2 approaches. They can be joined together, which is to have governance agreements amongst courts for exchanging expertise, and possibly a different one for data, or both in the same. We put it separate because it might be a nuance that consultants overlooked, and of course that can happen. Sometimes we can't see everything, and then you would have that caveat. So we have a text highlighting the principles that I've told you, and to finish, and to have time for the answer, this is quite optimistic. 2024, 2028, the data-oriented project, 4 years and maybe a bit more, to do things, you know, without rushing, and to start with a shorter perspective. So I put 1.5 years there, but it's possible to discuss. Livio is an expert on this. 1.5 years is feasible for you to be able to create an agreement between ERP, Tricon, or some sponsor, Paraná as a sponsor, the General Audit Court as a sponsor, or something that some agreements that can align with this sharing of data and expertise. So that's the initial proposal under discussion. And to finish, the last slide, to summarize, that is. So the proposal is to put data as a central element for modernization. So this is a recap. In our understanding, data is a central element. It makes sense for an information system, especially information of a court and other considerations. Data is a common problem for the courts. Once again, data, qualified data, which is very important. Treated data for artificial intelligence is very important. And occasional data exchanges already happen amongst courts. And finally, the last point, which has been discussed, that the Rui Barbosa Institute and Atricom, together or separately, we're not proposing anything or detailing anything. We're essential players in this to try and fulfill the needs of Brazil, because now maybe we need to stop thinking state by state and start thinking of the country as a whole. Seeking best value, fraud prevention. And it's fraud isn't just a national, it's an international thing. Every day someone tries to do something or offer you something illicit or fraud you through a call center. I get about 15 calls a week, so anyhow, it's international, but you know, a national focus is enough for this. Well, thank you for your patience, and we have some time. On the clock, about 15 minutes. If someone wants to discuss something, please?
So we can hand over the microphone. Please introduce yourself, name and court. Good morning. My name is Elício from the São Paulo State Audit Court. I'm a sibling court. I'm not from IT. I'm from oversight. But regarding contracts, we have data collection in a court. We have ODESP system that collects data. A computerized manner straight from the municipalities in the state, and we have some manual collection of data. And based on that data, we have a system which we have a risk matrix, and based on the risk, we select some contracts for overseeing and based on some criteria. I've been talking to some people. I was talking to our systems director, and my role is oversight director. The new law, the new procurement law brings new possibilities. It centralizes everything. All the entities will have to provide information to the system, and the system that is being implemented, it has the advantage of being uniform. We have open data, and I don't, as you said, they are light data, and they are uniform somehow. So I was talking about the possibility of getting the data straight from the system instead of getting from the systems of the municipality or do the accountability manually. When the data are provided manually, we notice that they don't provide the data that they don't want to provide, and the systems are not uniform from the municipality, the cities. We have, how can I say that? We have a minimal uniformity, but like to ask if that's an opportunity. I even thought of an API to collect those data along the way, or for the court, if this or for the court to be decentralized. But it was a big risk for a court because this would be a big responsibility. So this is a discussion. I would like to ask you if that was considered in that meeting, because we have those problems of those weaknesses. We don't have a centralizing body to make all the decisions, but we have the law that said that we have to have everything centralized in the PNCP. Maybe that's an opportunity from my point of view. That was the point of discussion here. Livio, from the SWOT analysis point of view, that was not mentioned clearly, but we are aware of that. And regarding the data-oriented strategy, I think it is very much related to that. So maybe the data-oriented goes beyond that. So we work on the quality of the data, we work on the semantics. There are many other aspects, but I have no doubt that this is aligned to the idea that was proposed here. It was not discussed when to implement, how to implement, because this is part of the project, but it would adhere properly to the line that was presented. Your question is great. We are already discussing in a smaller group in the pilot courts, and with the participation of the TCU, either will probably be here soon, and to have a seat in the management committee of public procurement system, for us to have access through APIs to be able to access that database. The important thing is the way we work, the TCU works, and the tax courts. Watch out, because with the antenna, with the microphone, and the audit courts, to access any database at the national level, sometimes we have to ask TCU for help, and through their lab, but we have to send our information for the TCU to run a report and to send it back to us. We want to change the system a little bit. We want all the audit courts to have access to this same database through an API that should be easy to use for us to pull the information that we need. As the professor said, we are still in the discussion phase, the project phase, but this is one of the important pillars of our project, access to the database of the national portal of public procurement. Good morning, everyone. Alessandro from the Audit Court of Santa Catarina. Your presentation was very good, and some discussions we had. I have a degree in computer science. We have had some discussions. We have some conversations in the InfoContas network, but I never saw a presentation that went that went in depth as your presentation. And one thing that is obvious is the cost. Who is going to fund that? How are you going to share the costs? Because we know that we know there are courts that don't have as much money as other ones, and sometimes then some courts that have a system that is not as mature as from the analytical point of view. Some courts, they have a very poor systems. So my question is more in that sense: who is going to pay the bill? Who's going to fund that, and who is going to support? Because you have the cost for acquiring the technology, and in Santa Catarina and Augusto from Bahia as well, we have been investing in the analytical part for many years, and that has a huge cost to support and to maintain that. So that's my question. Livio will provide more details, but regarding what if you don't mind pulling up the slides again, well, that would be in the effective governance part, how to work with the collaborations. But Livio has something to say. I mean, I like the questions because they have to do with our pain, and the Santa Catarina court is the one. No, I'm joking. No, we spoke about that in the cost, the payment of the data system is a key point. And the USTDA, in a meeting that we had in April, he said that they are willing to fund other projects of the Rui Barbosa Institute. Maybe this is a financing mechanism. What about the participation of the audit courts? They would participate in different ways. Maybe by providing personnel to work in the use cases of the system. So the development of what the system will do, but that together with the technical personnel. That's why we have not only audit people but in this training, we have also auditors, etc. Because we cannot work separately. If we want to be successful, we have to work together. So we are trying to find funding mechanism, and the tax courts or audit courts will participate in different with IT personnel intelligence or audit personnel for us to work together doing that. And there will be some leaders inside of the audit courts that will be able to manage those sub-projects. Just as a suggestion, if we move forward in those following stages, I would suggest to increase the TC groups to other T6. Well, for sure. And another thing that we did in the InfoContas group to present the project, to invite them to participate in the project as well. The idea is to aggregate all the audit courts. We didn't do that before because we were in the initial phase. We know that there's a cost, not only in terms of traveling, but the labor cost. So we have the main hour cost right here. That's why we waited for more information, to provide you with more information to move forward with that project. Thank you for your input. Additional question here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mauro Passarini from the Pará TCM, from the Strategic Center. My question is the following. I saw that there are some roadmaps, or the TRICOM and the Rui Barbosa Institute, they are extremely necessary because we don't have a national council. But what I saw here, especially in the presentation, was regarding the data quality and data collection done by the cities, in the municipalities. I was thinking something that is done today, something that TRICOM has already done, is to get data from Banco do Brasil, the bank, there's BBAgio tool in which all the courts are participating, maybe all of them, which allows you to have access to bank statements. And this is a critique that I've been making since I have joined this world. I have a degree in law, but also in computer science. Something that I find absurd here is the fact that the courts have to pay for the data from the Internal Revenue Service to have access to Social Security information. Maybe that would be an opportunity for Tricom and the Rui Barbosa Institute, that you have a political strength to come to do the movement to get this centralized data and then provide that to the courts, because otherwise it would be an uphill battle, and we would be working together. We have entities that we can that will allow us to work with that those policies more strongly. Invoices, for example, it took us 6 years to get access to invoices. And up until today, we have difficulties. So there are many databases, not only from the cities, but a governmental database that we can use to cross the data, to ensure better quality of data, because these data are well structured. They come with a better quality than from the municipality, and without having a Babel tower. So everything centralized with a single language that would be made available to the courts. I don't know if that was mentioned. You're right that from the point of view in my presentation, I didn't talk about that. In Curitiba, that was discussed. People talked about that very strongly. And the payment that you mentioned, I'm looking for an adjective. It was exotic, this payment to the IRS in our country. But you're right. But when we emphasized in the point of view in the municipalities, they have routine work, and I try to simplify things because I knew we would have a mixed audience of IT and auditors, and but the database, this is part of the proposal. I don't know if Livio would like to add to that, but thank you for the question. That was important to remind us of that. Good morning, everyone. Going back to that concern to the quality of data and the reach, because the law talks about the submission to the PNCP, but most municipalities they do not fall into that category of immediate submission. So they have up to 6 years to send the data. So and they say not only the data, but the quantity of data, not only the quality, but also the quantity. Most municipalities have less than 20,000 municipalities, inhabitants. So in the Northeast, you're not going to have this scope of data. In Abraop, to use that the PNCP in the case of construction works that are not finished, and that is also extended to bidding process. One of the alternatives that we have been talking about regarding this point is also the extraction from the database from the TCs together with the PNCP database. That would be an alternative that we see as feasible to leverage to increase this data sample. So if I understood your question, you understand the data are important. Well, you have to, but the issue is how to work on the PNCP and the municipalities data and to structure that in a way that would be feasible for the courts. So that's the idea, right? Yes, nothing to add. You're right. I think this is what you imagine. It's important to say this is a summary, but everything that we're saying here involves many hours of development, many hours of planning. These are the main ideas, right? Again, myself, would you mind explaining the creation of the this part of the creation of the council? I understood the idea, but what were the competences that were mapped in your suggestion of a council? I would say that they have not been mapped. What was proposed? Please, Livio, help me out. From what I understood, the problem is simple. The courts, they are independent. Is that going to change? No, I don't think so. So if you have a project like this one that we are proposing with the exchange of expertise and so on, you need a sponsor. You need be it a court that is powerful, strongly powerful, or is powerful, or be it a council. The idea, the audit courts, they lack. I don't know if I can say that it is an institute, but they lack an entity that will deal with this issue. Would you like to add to that, Livio? Something that has worked out at Tricom and in the Rui Barbosa Institute, the committees and the working groups are the ones that have helped. At Tricom, for example, we have the performance measurement mark. We have the executive committee, of which I'm part, and which carries out many tasks throughout the year to make sure that the measurement milestones is implemented by all the audit courts. And then you have the visits of the quality assurance groups. So it is a structured system with a lot of people involved, and we're going to have to do something similar in the Rui Barbosa Institute regarding this project, especially regarding the IT part, to bring people, but this leadership is inside of a committee, probably the Rui Barbosa Institute, and which will issue the letters and calling people to events for people to be released, and to something that we have to highlight, that we have connected this project of IRB to actions of strategic planning of Tricom to support the audit of public procurement processes. As we said, we are bringing efforts together with many entities, many audit courts, with the Audicom Society, with which Chris has been working, and TCA. There are many acronyms in our systems, and I get confused. I apologize. But the idea is to bring efforts to make a joint effort for us to evolve. Some challenges are big, but the changing mindset is clear. And I say that for the following reason. I've been participating in the system for a long time. I participated in the Promo X since the beginning, and it was very common in the beginning of the Common X meetings. And when we talk about sharing system, people say, "Oh, my system is better than yours. My computer park is better. I use Oracle. You use SQL Server. No, I use MySQL. Only two letters changed in the database system. You cannot share anymore." Things have changed now. As you can see, now when they have a difficult proposal, the questions are how to do, what is the cost, how are things going to be done. So people are not saying that there are obstacles that it is not possible to do, but this is very clear in the Curitiba's workshop. These were very clear, very evident. And here we are reinforcing that idea again. So we are here to contribute, to make a difference for us to move forward. Is it easy? No. Nobody said that it was easy, but it is possible. In 1 year and a half, we have been able to move forward. And with you now, and with a joint together, there are more things to be done. Yes, of course. The project is not so, it cannot be implemented so quickly. We have a timeline, of course, but the impacts of the project will come after the end of the year with the tax or the audit courts changing their activities. Another question? Any other question? My name is Roberta from the audit courts in the municipality court in São Paulo, and I'm an auditor. Congratulations for representation. I was surprised with this approach in the training. I found it interesting because I imagined that the training would be more aimed at the things that we have autonomy to apply, which are the auditing procedures, provided that we meet some standards. And I thought it was curious. I wanted to know if the project also covers the projects that are necessary which based on what Livio said, that we have to become aware of this change in mindset and the need for the counselors to work and to get involved, for them to be aware of the procurement process that will be necessary. So decisions that for which we don't have autonomy to make regarding those changes. All of us want to make necessary changes, but we don't have the autonomy to make the decision regarding what is necessary to make what you have in your presentation to make a reality. Again, Livio is the person to answer that question. Roberta, your question is essential. October 9th, IRB has already scheduled a meeting with the presidents of audit courts in a congress that we're going to have in the city of João Pessoa. This congress, because it will have a lot of counselors there, it was chosen for us to give this presentation to them, for them to become aware of what is happening and what is going to come as a change. And IRB has also organized the public procurement forums. We did that in the Midwest region. We did that in the Southeast region. In our TCM, the next one will be in September. October 15th, TCA Paraná for the Southeast region. In these forums, they are discussing two aspects. Half of the forum is targeted at courts. It focuses on judges because they are very important, but half of the event is also aimed at tax courts or audit courts. We talk about audits and changes. Why do we organize those forums? We try to bring the technicians from the audit courts from that regions to give presentations, to talk to the judges and about what we are doing. So there are many actions, a set of actions. We know that communication is essential, and we notice that although we make a huge effort, sometimes there's something that is missing. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure. Mr. Gilberto, congratulations for the event. Congratulations for your presentation. It was very useful to me. I work in the strategic unit in the Suricato unit in Minas Gerais. I talked to a few colleagues. I'd like to greet them. Good morning. You mentioned, first of all, I'd like to say that I agree completely with the conclusions that you have reached. And something that was striking to me, something that struck me is the use of artificial intelligence in those data-oriented systems. I don't know what the reality of my colleagues is, but there, in the state of Minas Gerais, it seems that there's people feel afraid, people get really scared, people think that Skynet. People talk when we talk about artificial intelligence, people get really scared, and we have firewall does the blocking, and we want to ask a question in chat GPT, we're not able to, and there's something funny. There has been a lot of resistance, and unfortunately, regarding the use of those cutting edge technologies. But now I would like to know, IRB has an initiative to be able to promote artificial intelligence for us to break those barriers that we have come across. Is the question for Livio or for me, for the two of us? The Skynet effect, you're right. The Skynet effect is common. But I would say the following. How to mitigate that? First of all, it is natural. I think people react when there's the possibility of something replacing that, something that may replace them. People react. Well, if people did not react like that, I would find it strange. But how do we mitigate that? I even spoke about that very briefly. I think something that we can do is is to present to customers, to systems that use artificial intelligence somehow, not as an element that will replace people, but an element that will help people, and it will be very, very helpful. And you keep the autonomy of the auditors and technicians as a whole, although we can do that automatically. But I strongly defend that is not applicable to courts as a whole. I would say that we should not assume that artificial intelligence will replace human beings. But most systems, they are not smart. Some of them are smart, but artificial intelligence has two lines. Has a line that works on data that we call the data analysis. You already use, but there are more sophisticated tools that will work better with the tools. There's a line that is actually smart, which will use an algorithm that is smart, which is RNL, which is reinforced learning. But that's not the focus here. That's the focus to the other areas that are not related to the court. And going back to the opportunity of your question, but don't worry. The idea is to help you to do a more efficient job and to make sure that you don't have to look at 500 spreadsheets that there's a potential fraud there. So it will show where you have the potential frauds and what you have behind. So you can work on that in a very customized manner for your work profile, and from my experience, that will add value. I'm sure that will add value, and you will be happy later and at ease. That's the first reaction. This Skynet effect. You're not the only ones. It happens everywhere. If you could have from IRB a formal recommendation for the use. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understand your question. The use of artificial intelligence in data-oriented systems. We didn't make this formal recommendation because it would be naive. But you have the information systems for 33 audit courts in Brazil. That's the position of the consulting firm. We are showing a modernization roadmap. That's step A or phase A. We work on data to make sure that things work from a technical point of view and with the result. And then when we centralize the data using artificial intelligence, that would be the next natural move. But later, what are the strategies? But first of all, we have to have the centralization, and from there on, once we have structured data, we can work on this or that to address the best value proposition and so on. But these are the possibilities that you have in terms of auditing. So I think we cannot make the recommendation before, right? We have to wait for the structuring of the data, and formalizing that. And just I would like to make sure that it will not replace anyone. It will not replace Victor from the Goiás TCE. Congratulations to all of you for your presentation and topic. My question is something like food for thought. Now, I'm in the strategic unit of the court, and we had many experiences over these years involving joint efforts, joint work, everybody doing to make sure that we don't repeat. And this week we are going to work on contracts, and we have the Alice platform. Most of you know, TCU devised that, and it was important, and it is in the InfoCotas system. people that see the value in that. They get the layout. You extract the data to your world, to their world, and you get the indications of tracks and so on, or trails. And there's so we are. I don't think we are going to be able to reach a consensus or standardization because of the different differences that we have. Everyone to use this platform. We have to do this work together to deliver value, and the courts that see value in that will say that they want to participate. Well, how can I participate? This is a method. The data have to be in the stable format. You have to provide that every now and then. So every node that you enter into this world, I make the trails more robust. I make the results more robust. I think that's the best way. It is in the line of. Is it in the line of the council to define that? I think it is very complex to be able to move forward. I would like to know if Alice was discussed in this week, and what did you think of the experience? TCU was represented there. Alice in this overseeing of contracts and so on. Just to summarize, I think we are. But Alice was taken into account in the interviews that we had, and there was a discussion, of course, and this is a model. It is an option of a model to be followed. As you said very well, there's not much that I can add. So the idea of doing everybody doing the same thing, using the same data, that's not going to be the case. But there are some aspects which are not the other ones. But maybe we can have more uniformity among the courts. But Alice is an example of a system that can be replicated in different ways. And TCU has good expertise in that, I think more than 15 years, to improve what we have. Sometimes we launch too much.
Enhancing what we already have, and there are a lot of things posted that need to just be improved. Yeah, that's, just give it a new facelift. Yeah, that's an option. Okay, folks, I'm going to thank you for taking part with your questions. They were great, like I said. Once again, the change in mindset is clear. And within the project, we also see that we started contacting 5 audit courts, actually 4 in the beginning, and then the General Audit Court. And now we have all of them. But we still have a lot of trouble, a lot of challenges ahead of us. Well, here is a notice. Everything I sent you that some of you might not have received is available on Google Drive. You can access. There's no password. We can just download this. And during the week, I'm going to upload the presentations. And I'm also going to ask Decision Analysis to translate all these presentations to Portuguese to make your understanding easier. Another piece of information. Remember that you need during this week, you need to register your presence electronically with our people. In the morning and afternoon, you need to sign a call sheet after brunch, which is served here. And speaking of brunch is served in the back where you had some coffee, and everyone is invited, as well as our colleagues who are working in the booths and the interpreters. You can go and eat with us. We could go back in the afternoon with a session focused on Law 14,133 with Professors Vera Monteiro, Yassa Gabriel, and Marina Cardoso. Thank you. See you soon.
Você esqueceu de dizer o horário. Voltamos às 13h30. Voltamos às 13h30.
We'll come back 1:30. 1:30 we'll come back.
ask questions, but the idea is that we should, for us to chat and discuss things. I want to help you understand the goals of the project and to improve in the audits of public procurement processes. So ask questions. We have some people to help with microphones. Once again, as everything, like we ask, as everything's been recorded on YouTube or Zoom, is wait for your microphone to arrive to ask the question so that we can record everything properly. And when you ask the questions, please name, court, role, so that we can register it. Also, don't forget, once again, the information, which is, please write down your names on roll call for the morning and the afternoon so you can receive your certificates, which you will be receiving through email. So that will be easy. Don't have to worry about it. And it's the email you wrote down. If someone hasn't received an email yet, either your email could be wrong, so contact us here or in the back, because that's the email. The email that you use for your registration is the one that the certificate will be sent to. So now I'll give the floor to Marina Cardoso, Vera Cardoso, Marina Cordeiro. Oh, thank you.
Estava no primeiro slide.
Isso, daí estava no modo apresentação.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I've been presented, but I'll present myself better so that you can know about not just me, but the team who will be responsible for the afternoon's presentations. I'm Marina Cardoso. I'm a lawyer. I worked since I got my degree in public affairs, regulations, procurement. I had a brief experience in the government, so I know a bit about that side as well. And together with Yasser Gabriel and Professor Vera Monteiro, actually both professors, lawyers, we're going to lead this afternoon's presentations. And we've been working with DAP since the beginning of the project, helping to understand issues related to the Brazilian legal framework and legal requirements that guide these best value practices and are criteria that should be taken into account in procurement audits. Well, our goal, we wanted to present the script. The idea is not to give you a course on the new law, because I believe you've all been trained in this. And actually, we were remembering the previous seminar that even though the law is in effect, it isn't being completely executed. We heard a lot of people talking about experiences related to the new law, and no one had a lot to tell because the states were waiting until the last minute to apply the new law. So I believe you've all started dealing with it since the beginning of the year, with procurements using this new law, and we are anxious, interested in hearing about your questions and your concerns, because I know it's not easy to understand the new law and all the issues that might arise. So I believe part of the afternoon's challenge will be to discuss these criteria, but especially look at the law and see what it brings in terms of directives and guidelines, which is the scope, Okay, it's back. Which is to think about best value, which is directives for better procurements which fulfill the administration's interests. So I'm not going to discuss the entire law because the afternoon would not be enough to deal with this big subject. But as an introduction for the next few days, we really need to remember what does this law bring into what's new about this law, or what existed in 8666 already, but what implications that might bring to the control institutions. But this is an introductory discussion. The idea is not to be a course, and the idea is whenever you have something to add, please speak, because your experiences are going to be very useful. And in a second part, we will talk about the directives that are more specific for control. And as the new law is the main goal of the presentation, it's going to be our guide, but we're also going to look at the Constitution. We're going to look at the law, the LINDB law, which is the introduction to Brazilian law. So we're going to talk about control, when the law establishes the needs for control, what are the directives and what to audit, what are the criteria, when can it be applied within the process to reach a contract at the end of the day. So continuing to the directives, we wanted to bring initially this context to remember where we were and where we are going with the new law. Maybe you are tired of listening to this, but it's kind of obvious, but it's interesting because we're always talking about the new law, and it seems like we're talking about something that no one's seen before. And we talk a lot about the goals, that it tried to simplify and to provide greater agility to the procurement process. But actually, there has been a history of improvements, between quotes, or legislative tools that have tried to improve things done by the legislators to try and improve procurement. So creating many new legal devices were created after the law 8666 of 93 to try and improve procurement. And I believe the new law, it came to consolidate that. I think the legislator saw that it's necessary to unify these changes and increase the use of certain tools which were already foreseen previously. So just to remind you, in 2002, we had the auction law for the purchasing of assets and common assets and services, and then the differentiated procurement process, the RDC. And I think the RDC was quite innovative. I was remembering a class that Professor Vera Monteiro gave me when the law came into effect, where Vera thought that the RDC could be altered to say the object could be changed, so that this rule could be for all public procurement, because it was a complete law that repeated a lot of the content of Law 8666. It tried to regulate the entire procurement phase with new phases and new institutes, and with aspects that brought more efficiency, such as to try and increase competitiveness and to try and prevent cartels. And so there were a lot of interesting innovations. And apart from public companies, and the public companies law, where they needed a specific statute, several of these things were incorporated. So there were some best practices that needed to be a new standard. So all of these laws are very much focused on procedural rules. So it really was focused on the procurement process. But we knew the rules weren't the only thing. The application of Law 8666 led to many decisions of jurisprudence that were basically rules for many of you, and the new law took into account. So looking at the third point of difference, I think a difference is that we always listen in regards to the new law is this idea to not just deal with the rules related to procurement, but much more. So it always tries to look at that internal phase of procurement. Because we had a lot of consolidated things in terms of best practices, but were really basically principles. We know that proper motivation would presume that the public servant would go through certain phases, but the new law specified these new phases, and a lot of that comes from this jurisprudence of the state audit courts, but especially the General Audit Court, who had a closer dialogue during the drafting of the bill. So I think it's a disruptive law. It's a law that came to change the procurement process, but it tried to become a law that consolidates things, that looks at what existed in the pre-existing laws and brought a single framework with criteria of scheduling, of time frames, a single regime, a consolidated regime, and now it is the only law applicable, and the previous laws were revoked. I think something that's important and it might have a big impact on states and municipalities is the increase of the use of tools that were already foreseen in the RDC law. Many people are looking and saying that already exists in the RDC law. Efficiency contract, well, that's old stuff, old news. But we don't have many practical examples, and even at a federal level. Imagine municipalities or states. There are no examples, so it's still something very new. As we increase the use of these tools, the scenarios where these can be used, but now they can be used for the first time by several entities with the new law. And I also put here this attempt to flexibilize and modernize the procurement process for greater speed, because I believe there was a lot of criticism as well to the detailing of the law. It tried to be a law. We can discuss this, yeah, for sure, there are certain flexibilities, but it's a very detailed law. If I'm not mistaken, it has 50 articles more than Law 8666, so we could debate, of course, if you think it's flexible or not, but the fact is, it tried to do that. If you look at the explanations behind the bill's draft, it talks about flexibilization. This slide and the next one, they try and briefly cover what we considered the main innovations due to the law, but focusing on best value. There's a lot of things here that are not here that we can comment afterwards, but this looks at what changes in regard to some general aspects, which at the end, these are changes that seek greater efficiency and greater freedom for the one responsible for the procurement. I think the first thing that's talked about the most, actually the first two, is the existence of directives for governance of the procurement processes. And one point which, at least in the doctrine that I read talking about the new law, which caught my eye, thinking about control I even, is the responsibilizing the administration of the contracting organs for strategic planning. We will reach the end of the presentation thinking about audits, but talking more about audits, but I was thinking, when does control look at this? At what moment does control focus more on this? For me, the clear message in these guidelines for the high administration is that it's imagined, it's that the high administration will take action to mitigate or prevent some risks. It's a given. And if an illegality happens and these procedures didn't happen, if the high administration was did not act or seek best practice, what I've seen in terms of comments is that that is a trigger for accountability, because there now is a clear directive that an involvement is expected to prevent and avoid illegalities. As another important aspect is the existence of directives for planning and centralizing the procurement processes. And actually discussing the second part, which talks about the preparatory stage discipline, it's important to remind you, in regards to the annual procurement plan, the law is very clear in regards to if it's mandatory. But if I'm not mistaken, all the states here, I don't know if I had seen a specific norm in Amapá about this, but I believe there are clear directives, state directives in regards to this. Remember, this is federal legislation, but the state laws are also very important to look at the actual cases. But as for the federal directives, the states regulated this, establishing minimum prerequisites to be fulfilled by the public agents. This is a part that I remember in the June seminar. The General Court gave this suggestion. For the first time, the law brings a specific chapter talking about the purchasing agent, procurement agent, and what is expected of that agent. Now we also see integrity rules spread throughout the law. And also directives for internal control of administration, which is something that insofar until then didn't exist in the procurement law. The preparatory stage, I think, is the major change for me, the main paradigm shift, because there is a specific chapter dedicated to this subject, even though thinking about federal regulations, I think a lot of things were in the regulations. But the law, and the first time it brings that to the legal environment, these in the law. And finally, this concern with the motivation of public choices. You can't just motivate it, you have to motivate it with quality, discussing all or covering all these issues, which the law talks about. And afterwards we can comment about this, but I believe here, to get me ready for the presentation, I was looking at the IB manual, which exists of operational audits, and several questions that are there actually are reflected in what's in the preliminary technical stage. So the manager has to look and see and respond why a certain object attends better to certain interests. So I think I'm already letting you, spoiling the next slides, but it's quite detailed what is expected in terms of rationale in choosing a certain object or justifying it.
And also the law reviewed the principles and objectives of the procurement process. This is not new, but I think it is also makes it clear what types of message the law tried to convey. The principle of efficiency was in the federal constitution in Article 37. But when the law brings the efficiency principle, it wants to convey a message of what it is expected of the manager. The same thing, repetition of management as a principle of procurement, legal security, proportionality, security, and economicity. And here we also had in the law 8666 the best value, most advantageous as a principle, but now the law makes it clear that in this assessment you have to take into account the life cycle of the purpose of the object. We could define that in the previous law as the most advantageous one, but the law makes it clear this is an aspect that not only can, but it must be considered by the manager, and we're going to look at that more in detail later. And another aspect that I spoke earlier is the increment in the contract, the bidding process as judgment criteria, and other topics. When you talk about best value, this is quite relevant because at the end of the day, the toolbox was increased, so the manager has more tools, and that he or she may consider in each concrete case to find the most suitable type of contract. I think this is a very relevant innovation in this law. And the auction process, it comes as something that is mandatory for purchasing common items, and there's something that it can be used for common services of engineering, for example, because there was a doubt regarding this topic, because without that the auction law was not so clear for engineering purposes. But I think in São Paulo, Sabesp, the water utility, always used for procurement process. It is not so clear, but it brings more details that were somewhat clear in the past, but it brings more clarity to avoid any doubt. In the auction, there was a federal decree establishing that in the federal government should be the priority type, right? But for common goods and services, we have to use the auction electronic bidding system. Okay? And speaking of the broader toolbox, I think the competitive dialogue is something that we should take into account and highlight. It's something that we didn't have before. It was not in the RBC, but the European Union used the competitive dialogue as a type of procurement, and I brought the PMI as an auxiliary system. I remember that in my experience, the discussion that I had seen in terms of competitive bidding, I think of Vera, the Professor Vera had a paper on that, looking at the BMI in the awarding of contracts, of complex contracts. The express of interest from the private sector was an instrument that was provided for in the regulations. It was not in the legislation, but sometimes the parties, they brought documents that were very robust, and the government always had a hard time to receive that material, depending on the case. But it was clear the need for a dialogue and to come up with a joint solution with all those players that were there delivering that material. So as a lawyer, I remember when I assisted the São Paulo State to review the contract awarding processes, I think the competitive dialogue would have been great to institutionalize this debate. Now it brings that for complex contracts of the government to set up a system to talk about a solution with the players that participate. I think it is a challenge to try to implement this modality, but it is a very interesting tool and which adds value, which adds more options to the manager to implement a contract. And something else that I would like to draw your attention to is the reaffirmation of the technique with a judgment criterion. Just let me have some water. Because 8666 established as the best technique in a very restrictive manner. I forgot the wording, but applying the technique for objects or purposes that presumed intellectual complexity. Thank you for your help. And here, and this concept is only provided for the best technique, but when you talk about the best technique aligned to the best price, there's a wording that is more flexible, and maybe thinking about the day-to-day of the managers, I think there are situations in which you come across a purpose for which you see that there may be technical variations, and the managers were not able to capture that in the selection of the best proposal. And there it brings a message that this is possible. So it shows that when the preliminary technical studies detects that the technique may influence on the selection of the object, it describes the cases in which that may happen. So some type when there's a technological evolution or innovation, the selection may be based on the technique together with the best price. We have spoken about the best price, but I remember discussions about but couldn't we have the greatest discount? And some attorneys, they said that this is different from best price. Yes, but we had this discussion. So the law makes it very clear that the two forms are allowed, right? And something else, the best economical return, which has a conversation with the other one, which is provided for by the law. Another aspect I joked about in the beginning, whether it would be true or not, is the provision for simplification and modernization of procedures. But I think this is true based on these examples that I brought here. So, for example, the rule of phase inversion. So, in the qualification, after the assessment of the best proposal, I think for the day-to-day of the procurement process, it brings a lot of it expedites the process and discourages litigation, which usually happens, or lawsuits that happen regarding the attestation in the qualification phase. And there's a clear message of the exceptionality of formal requirements in the bidding process, like notarization. Myself, I think I filed an appeal to question a proposal based on things that I feel embarrassed about. Why there's no stamp here? So, but I had to disqualify bidders because there was no stamp. So there's a clear message here that we can no longer disqualify bidders because of lack of a stamp. It speaks about acts that are more digital, bringing a burden to the manager, because and if I'm not mistaken, there's the duty to record the sessions. So also worrying about to avoid companies to work together, and so we have this specific provision here. And another aspect that is important is that some topics the law addresses, it brings guidelines, but it does not establishes all the cases, right? So if you look at the regulation of each entity, is essential to understand the legal framework that is applicable to each case. And the federal government has edited many acts, and it is something very challenging to monitor all those acts. There are decrees, many normative instructions. It's important to remember that the states may incorporate this regulation, and that is defined by the federal government. But there are many standards to. It is a challenge. In addition to the 195 articles, we have many regulations, all in detail, what is applicable, what is not applicable in each case. And something else, I think it is quite relevant about the new law. It is the emphasis that it brings for transparency and integrity. So the principle of transparency always existed, but we know there are different levels of transparency that may be reached. So in the case of with the publication of a call for bids, we had to publish in the Gazette, the Federal Gazette, depending on the state, if it is a state or federal level. So when the law provided for public procurement and the duty that all the call for bids should be available in the Gazette, this is another leap of competitiveness that the law adds to the procurement process in terms of transparency. It is a quite a relevant change. It seems something basic, but it is one of the main changes that the law brings for the main procurement process. And regarding integrity requirements, I had mentioned that there are specific rules for the public agents, for procurement agents, but there is a provision for big purchases to prepare an integrity program following the guidelines if that each government will adopt. And the existence of a compliance policy, it is a tiebreaker, right? So this is a key message to encourage those programs, and it was provided for in the anti-corruption laws as something to reduce the penalties, but the new law is concerned about that to prevent fraud and to prevent corruption acts in procurement processes, and encouraging best practices when it establishes that as a tiebreaker for awarding contracts. And something else that is important when we think about encouraging managers to in each case to look for the procurement modality that best suits them, and they are represented. They can be represented by the legal counsel from the government, because we know for a manager it's easier to do basic things. They have a history of something that has already worked, but it is more challenging to innovate, so to try to do something that nobody has ever done. When law established the possibility of represented by the council from the federal government, it is encouraging managers to innovate, to look for something different, guaranteeing this right. So it is important to mention that, and not in the message that the law mentioned in the beginning, the modalities are here, let's try to use them. So bringing safeguards to managers to use those instruments. I don't know if you want to say anything, but in terms of innovation, I'm highlighting these points. We, of course, that's without limitations, right? But it is important to say that all the innovations that have something common. Here, the law look at the procurement in many stages. It try to bring more elements for coming up with a good contract, a good bidding process, but try to guarantee general guides that will encourage the effective use of those tools that were brought. I guess there are no comments. Hello. More about the regulation. Luis Carlo from the Audit Court from the state of Pernambuco. Regulation by the states or municipalities. We have seen municipalities establishing a limit for formalizing the ETP. That has been happening, especially in small municipalities, establishing a limit, and understanding that from there on, regardless of the object or the purpose, they're going to do the ETP. How can that be addressed? Does that happen in other audit courts, other states? I was trying to remember here. We have I want to find the provisions, but municipalities with less than 20,000 inhabitants, they have more time to implement all the provisions of the new law. 76 they have up to 6 years to implement the new provisions. The municipalities with up to 20,000 inhabitants, they will have up to 6 years to fulfill the requirements of Article 7 and 8. They have to do things electronically, that's mandatory. Rules for disclosure in the official gazette. Here it will not be to adopt the law. They are regulating things in a different way. They would have to adapt the preliminary technical studies, but it's important to remind you that not all the elements are mandatory. The law brings some, the exceptions are provided for in the new law. But the exceptions, if there's a motivation for you cannot just look at it. But if that does not make sense in your concrete case, you can come up with a justification and address that. But we're going to talk about this complexity to enforce the law to different entities. When we look at such a complete law that brings so many details of the discipline, even in terms of governance, when we expect in terms of internal control, the challenge is to look at the Brazilian reality of municipalities, and the reality, there were municipalities whose reality was completely different. How can we require that? This is your challenge. That's what happens. Sometimes they see ETP when they have to do, they establish definitions. There are no studies. They fill out a form just to say that they have that. And sometimes the challenge initially would be the pedagogical aspect to spread the word about the best practices, to say uh, make this adjustment now, but in the future it is worse than that. Sometimes the municipality does not even know how to do it, the level of complexity and analysis that they have never done in the past. This is a challenge that is very big for this law, because it has set put everyone at the same level as if they were at the federal government. Those are the recommendations from the TCU, and the in 2015 they had, but the federal government had because of a guideline of the Ministry of Finance, they were implemented that. So at the federal level, when the law came, that already existed at the federal level. Many things that the law provided for, but for municipalities or cities, this is a big challenge. But I understand it is a legal parameter. We have to we start following that. But maybe you have to do the control a few times and to start requiring. I'm thinking out loud. Maybe the court has to establish a timeline or a time frame to create a procedure for the municipality to be able to apply all the legal criteria as the law establishes. You cannot forget those legal principles, because the law gives the municipalities a timeline, but it is not based on reality. So the municipalities kept on following the previous law, 8666, and now, and the challenge was to use those cases as a learning process for the municipalities to keep on start doing those procurement processes, looking at the new law. It is a big challenge. This is starting now, so there was no preparation for the law to be enforced. It is hard. It is quite challenging. I don't know if Yasser has another comment. So maybe other ones are, maybe some other people here are dealing with similar situations. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thiago Peixoto. I'm TCMP. Yeah, this question is quite interesting regarding the law. It is a national law, but we have a huge country with different peculiarities. In our TCM, I believe that there are many provisions in law 14133 that allows for adaptation based on problems, and the problems that we have been facing are with the smaller municipalities that have less than 20,000 inhabitants. But now in 2024, we're going to have elections for mayor, and there will be changes, and in some cases the mayors will remain the same, but maybe there will be a change in power. So in this change in this scenario, we're trying to encourage the municipalities to adapt to the new law, or to train their public servants to keep this move, and maybe in the next administration, next term in office, to try to enforce that more strongly. But for now, we have to think about orientation, because these smaller municipalities, that's why they allege this peculiarity to try to not to fulfill many of the requirements that are established in law 14,133. And here what we mentioned in the ATP, it's also very important and valid to be able to reconcile those realities that we have in our country, and maybe to try to come up with a broader study, and try to match that to TMCP, to see what are the necessary purposes or objects for prioritization purposes. But going back to the colleague's question, so we should maybe use this election moment, and maybe then next year to try to control more effectively, to do the control more effectively based on the law. And something else that came to my mind, the modulation of this level of requirement is unavoidable. Looking at, I think the law will require these views that is specific in each one of the cases to know there's an assessment, but this calibration of the control will be very important, because if we have a small city that has 10,000 inhabitants, they don't have public servants to implement many of these stages. You cannot compare that small city to the city of São Paulo that has a structure that is completely different, or we cannot compare to the federal government and to the guidelines that were implemented by the federal government, and to believe that it will be possible to transfer that to the reality of a municipality. But on the other hand, but to try to say to managers to look at the preliminary study, Article 18, when they talk about preparatory phase, they say, well, you have to look at your needs and to see that if that is in line with public interest. This is something that managers have to do. Then look at the object that will be purchased and check whether that meets your need. You're not going to buy something that does not meet your need. And we're going to think about the applicable requirements. Look at the market and check what is the most suitable option to fulfill that purpose. So many of the cities, they do that, but it is hard for them to formalize, and they lack the structure many times in terms of personnel to do the bureaucracy part and to put everything on paper. Maybe that's this stage. You do that. Okay, but you have to write things down, and you have to, because now there's a formal requirement for that to be mentioned in the procurement process, and that has to be published in the national portal of procurement. You can tell that this is very complex, but many municipalities do that already, that was expected. So what I'm procuring, does that fulfill my purpose? If I have established restrictions, what is the reason for that? So there's a motivation piece to put things on paper. I think that happens even with the small municipalities.
Not always? Okay. Yeah, but it's formality, yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel. I'm from the Amazonas Audit Court. One of the things I'm trying to add to the discussion, I believe, is quite important to our activity, is to establish more clearly in the law what are the general norms and the specific norms. For example, preliminary technical study, the issue of effectiveness or not, or the tie between the connection between the hiring agent, amongst other things that we are seeing already, to use this sort of word salad in terms of, we're already seeing in terms of diverging decisions in the courts. I think the Integra network is going to issue a decision about consolidating some of these decisions, which will help us do our work. But hopefully, I don't know if IRB has this as an issue that you are discussing, some sort of directive or norm which establishes more clearly, or some manual that establishes some things. So, for example, these are general norms. No, these are specific norms, or general principles, because we know it's a big challenge, especially in terms of the public servant in the execution, the proper execution of these artifacts. It's not in the DNA of Brazilians planning. I think legislation is also lacking, maybe, in not specifying a planning career. We don't have that. We don't really pay attention to planning and hiring also falls into that realm. So after 30 years, our audits still show a lot of errors and deficiencies in long established articles. So it's obvious that we will still have problem with risk analysis, prior analysis and so forth, which are things that the new law brings. And I think the main role of the courts in these next few years for sure is the pedagogical role, training. So the auditors also need to understand what should be an initial technical study, and so that afterwards we can be more effective in our control measures or control actions. Yes, I was thinking about this question about general directives or general principles to understand better. Is there something in the law that you have doubts if they are applicable, or is your doubt about how much I can attenuate the annual hiring plan? That's a possibility, but there is a directive in terms of centralization. So which one is the criteria, right? Yeah, that's it, yeah. For example, the preliminary technical study. For me, it's not very clear if it's for all hirings, all procurements, notwithstanding the amount of complexity. But something that's under discussion a lot currently is Article 8, I think, that talks about the connection of the hiring agent. And I think many municipalities, such as São Paulo, in their regulations, flexibilized the connection of the hiring agent, allowing the hiring agent to be a not a permanent public servant. So there is a discussion about what is a general norm and what is a specific norm. If it's in a so if it's, you know, if there is room for, if it's federal and if there's room for the states to legislate, so we have some doubts about how to, what stance we should take. Because what's going to happen, whilst the Amazonas Audit Court might sanction a public servant here in the state of São Paulo, in the city of São Paulo, the Audit Court might say something is perfectly legal, and the same thing is legal. So I think it's something that should be taken into account. I think it is being by the IB, by the consultant. It's a difficulty we have in Brazil. Just a comment. I think Professor Verde is going to talk about this. I think about this contracting agent issue. I'm a bit afraid of calibrating or trying to have a directive that calibrates all controls. Firstly, because it depends on this state regulation, and I believe federal entities can do it distinctly. But I believe the law provides some directives. Some are quite clear. For example, integrity requisites. It's categoric. But in terms of qualification of hiring agents, procurement agents, there are some options. So I think it's something more open. And then each state entity can understand what will their internal directive be. But I'm a bit afraid of this calibration in the face of different contexts. As for the law, I look at it as if it's a nationally applied directive, even though there are some things that are just directives, so they are not mandatory for everyone. But Professor Verde is going to cover this better than I can. Briefly, just to bring you some information about what's a general norm and what's not. We who have been dealing with this subject for a long time can say for sure that there isn't this definition. The Supreme Court was never able to do it. No authors were able to do with that. So we have to deal with this directive. Let's not have an expectation that someday we will have a clear criteria about what is a normal, general normal, what isn't. If I could say, everything in the law is a general law. It's a fat general law. It's a robust general law. It is. Maybe it's not ideally what we have in our mind, what would be general and what is specific. But in terms of procurement, we have a very all-encompassing law. And everything that's in a law that talks about procurement, so preliminary technical study, number of people that should be part of the procurement commission, publication schedules or form of publication, the union has to establish that, and a union decide to do it in an all-encompassing way. I think we suffer less if we accept the idea that we don't have a criteria to say what's a general norm and what's a specific norm. The only criteria that we have is that it is the role of the union to establish general norms. That's in the Constitution. And the union created a very general law. And what the Supreme Court is saying, what isn't a norm, a general norm, but they don't say what is. They say this isn't a general norm because this violates equality or this creates a distinction. For example, the law of the state of Paraná that allowed the hiring of the purchase of vehicles produced in the state, sort of a privilege for the automotive companies in the state, that violated the principle of equality. But the state never created the criteria of general principle. So let's start with the idea that everything in the law is a general principle. And like Marina said, when a law opens up room for regulations, the states and municipalities can do it. But for sure, not in terms of preliminary technical study. Preliminary technical study is for everyone. What is necessary is to have some sort of empathy with the difficulties of public administration, but it's going to have to mold itself. Thank you, Professor. Just to register a position of the State Audit Court of São Paulo, every year we have the training program geared towards the municipalities, talking about several subjects. This year we talked about the new procurement law, and one thing that our current president, has talked about, there's more than 60 norms necessary to operationalize the law, and knowing about the difficulties of smaller municipalities with less than 20,000 inhabitants, which is the case of many in São Paulo, he suggested for these smaller municipalities to use the regulations of the bigger municipalities. For example, I took part in an event in São José dos Campos, which has 700,000 inhabitants, and it's a regional nucleus. So we did an event there for the municipalities of the region. We suggested adhere to the regulations of São José, which is more structured and which is closer to your reality, so that you can do, of course, with certain constraints and adjustments. And actually, when we talk about this in the municipalities, we say that when they adopt the union's norms, to do this judiciously. Because, for example, in a municipality with less than 20,000 inhabitants, you're not going to have several auditors like the law says. So that's what we've been doing. We suggested to municipalities who are having difficulty in implementing these regulations. That's it. I think there's this challenge that you said, to look at the regulations that exist and understand where it's good to apply them and where it isn't. Because if the regulations of a certain entity, considering, of course, the institutional capability, brings, for example, a regulation about preliminary technical study, it brings very detailed premises, more complex than the law itself, I think it's a typical example where it doesn't make sense for you to adhere to that regulation. But, for example, the catalog, the electronic standardization catalog, I was confused then. The union already has its catalog with information for hiring, procuring water and coffee, because if I'm a municipality and I can use this survey done by the union, why can't I do that? Why do I need to have my own catalog? So I think that's a situation where it's quite efficient to adhere to one that already exists and that fulfills your needs, and it doesn't have any thing negative for the municipality, but you have to calibrate in which situations it makes or not sense to adhere to some pre-existing regulations to see if it improves or worsens your reality, considering the institutional technical capability of the institution. Anyhow, I don't know if about this someone wants to comment. Otherwise, we'll go to the next slide. But please interject. In this part of the presentation, we're going to focus more on the best value and directives associated to that. And we use this foreign expression, best value, but we're talking about procurements that fulfill better the interests of the administration, which add value, and which bring a solution which contemplates or considers the best analysis of cost-benefit for fulfilling the interests of the administration. We're going to have whole days to talk about this into detail more this, but I recall in June's seminar, on-site seminar, we were talking about best value, and I saw there was some doubts in everyone's mind of, where is this in the law that I didn't read it? Where does the law say clearly that we need to search for best value? And it also seemed that something that didn't exist before. Now we need to follow this concept. And I saw in people's eyes some doubts. What changed? And I must confess that I also felt that. And in talking with the DAP people, it seemed like there was something very obvious in the law that didn't exist before. Well, I think the first message is that's not true. Many of these directives that we're going to discuss now are not things that didn't exist, but they are incremental changes, like I said, that bring a clear message about what should be considered for achieving the best procurement. So firstly, there isn't a legal definition of best value. The law still talks about the most advantageous procurement, also considering the life cycle of the object, but this objective is still there. Nothing changed that made us from, one day to the next to start talking about that. But I think, like I said before, the search and this goal to search for best value appears clearly in the law when it details the preliminary technical study, when you need to look at your necessity and ensure that the object talks with that or fulfills that need. It's something that at the end of the day is exactly what you needed to procure to fulfill a need. And also when we talk about efficiency, but efficiency always existed as well, but the law strengthens this message or highlights this message. And also when it brings new options for the public servant to allow them to choose the modality that is quicker for a certain urgent situation, or that's simpler because an object isn't necessarily complex. And when you vary this array of procedures and tools, you're allowing the servant to calibrate what they do to fulfill the needs. And actually I remember, so remember, people thought that the lack of certain demands was a problem. But if in a state of the tragedy in Rio Grande do Sul, we saw that that was necessary. So we need to ensure the public need is fulfilled. And that's what the law tries to do, for example, with the preliminary technical study, because we talked a lot about this, is to sort of trail a path to prevent deviations. When it obliges everything to be motivated, maybe it's trying to prevent things from going off track. And at the end of the day, like I said before, it's nothing very different from what existed and which was already a premise of the internal phase. But let's detail it a bit more. It's not, we don't want to talk about cover everything, but the idea is to illustrate what directives, material and formal directives that the law brings, presuming that at the end of the day, they're going to ensure procurement geared towards best value or fulfilling the needs of the administration.
Só uma ponderação até antes de começar a entrar.
Just a consideration before entering the requisites. when the law brings a few material requisites, I think it gives the message, it gives options that the legislator did in regards to a certain subject. So, there are some presumptions that certain choices are more efficient, and then the servant in each case has to demonstrate or not. So I think there are directives about this path, which seems logical to obtain an ideal procurement, but also in terms of gearing, presuming that certain choices are better than the others. So let's talk a bit about that. It might be that the servant in each case identifies other paths, and the law allows it to be done through justification. That's why these are directives, not mandatory directives, that is. Here we unwrapped what was in the preliminary technical study, but to remember that the first thing is to justify the need of the procurement and the pertinence or relevance of the object. This seems quite obvious, because, you know, if it's not necessary, why am I trying to buy it? But I think the difficulty is in the details. Issues that need to be considered, that the law considers are necessary to be considered to see if there is a need or adequacy for that object, for that need. For example, the administration needs to look at the available alternatives on the market. Maybe I'm used to procuring a software that I think is great. I know how to purchase it. But this preliminary technical study, for example, might say that you need to look at the market to see if what you think is necessary is really necessary. Might be that another solution came along, which is better, simpler, cheaper, maybe, I don't know. But there's this need for you at least to think or consider other alternatives. And it might be legitimate for an administrator to say, look, I see that there are very good things, but for this need in 3 months, I don't have enough time for a complete study, but I'm going to forward this to my IT personnel to possibly look at these other alternatives in the future. So here I'm trying to think aloud. What are the challenges that could appear in the day-to-day activities and possible reactions to that? The timing available for procurement can also prevent you from doing an extremely in-depth analysis of market options, but that doesn't prevent the institution from looking at that so that in the future they can possibly do a procurement with a wider scope and getting ready for that. So, of course, the case-by-case, it needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. So you need to take into account the object, time as well, and the capabilities of the staff that will use that tool. So things that need to be taken into account. But, you know, you need to do something and at least minimally look at what the market is offering for a certain solution or scope. Another aspect that's important in the law, it guides the administrator to look at the available manpower, personnel, and funding. So you need to look not just at that object, but also at the context in which the administration is. So I might find a solution wonderful, but I might not have the funding for it. So resources, financial resources, or human resources, like I said. Maybe a solution is excellent, but I need highly trained personnel, and that's a big expenditure, so that's also something else that needs to be considered. And also,
looking all the arrangement of contracts that the government has, maybe you can conclude that one solution is better than the other. That one solution may be compatible or not with other contracts. Or you may have a contract that guarantees the maintenance service. I'm going to link this one to the other one. So there's also the need to look not only at the scope, but the list of contracts that the government has for that contract to prove to be more efficient within the context of the government. Another guideline of the law that we have gone over that is the most advantageous contract based on the life cycle of the object. It 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 brings a degree of complexity that is higher than what the ones that we mentioned before. First of all, we have to look all the life cycle of that contract and also the indirect costs and externalities linked to a given solution. What are we talking about here? So, for example, if the government has to fulfill a reverse logistics requirement regarding the proper disposal of waste, so what are the associated costs and so on when the government has to modulate the contract? It is a level of sophistication. We are talking about one level. Here, the level is much higher in terms of sophistication. If the government wants to do an assessment, the federal government already has guidelines for that. I remember seeing a very complex regulation and that computes the expenditures regarding those externalities. So it's the type of case that we're going to have to do some calibration, and there's a learning curve that is very explicit here to carry out this analysis in a more complete manner. But the key message here is to be able to ponder, to assess indirect cost, to assess an object that brings less expenditure to the government. So the government should assess that, provided that it is able to specify that. And there's a challenge in if this analysis, under which circumstances I'm able to establish a price for that, because the analysis is very complex. But the key message is that the government has to look at the life cycle, not only at the object. So it has to do the acquisition cost is that. But what about the maintenance? What about the warranty? So what is the cost? That's the key message. And you have to look at the cost of the contract all the way till the end of the contract. This is one of the aspects. You have there's this sustainability issue, negative externalities, indirect cost. This is much more complex. We are going to improve the techniques over time. So maybe to borrow regulations, maybe it's very hard for the states to borrow regulations from the federal government, or maybe municipalities to borrow from the state. But the law brings as a guideline. It also establishes that this is possible. There's no unlawfulness in buying something that is more expensive, because at the end it will be cheaper. And here I brought the manifestation of reasons that came up with the first bill of law about this topic. And my understanding, when they spoke about the life cycle of the object, I think the message was less complex than I said here now, and the provision brought that to illustrate what life cycle of the object is. But it brings this message that the administrator has to look not only at how cheap an item is, but it has also to look at the efficiency of the solution. And I saw that as a safeguard for the manager that will allow the administrator to choose a product that is not the cheaper at the beginning, but the ones that will be better or best, considering all the aspects related to the life cycle. And this exposure, this wording is important for us to assess the life cycle, because there is something that will protect the administrator, that will allow he or she to buy something that is more efficient, because at the end it is cheaper, because you may have to buy less often or to spend less money on maintenance and so on. So this is an additional comment only about the fact that was provided for in the PERI from the beginning, with this message of allowing administrators to buy based on efficiency requirements, and not only based on the lowest price. Was there somebody with that had raised the hand? No, I don't think so. So this is the link for the reasons, if you want to read later. And now continuing with the guidelines for the best value, another guideline that is brought by the law is the search for economies of scale whenever that is convenient. So it keeps the distribution provision that was in the 8666, but without trying the unification of scope of the search for economies of scale, if it proves to be more efficient to ensure the savings, it is worth not choosing to pay something installments. So the administrator said, should I buy everything together, buy things separately? There's an economy of scale that I can obtain by buying everything at the same time. And the law said that is you can do that. The administrator is allowed to do that to ensure economies of scale. And something else that makes sense is the standardization of sale. When you establish standardization requirements for the government, thinking about the centrality of the procurement process, this is good. Looking at the example of coffee and water, for the electronic catalog of standardization for the federal government, it's much better to buy water all at once, because every time an institution needs water, you have to buy water and coffee. So standardization brings efficiency because you don't have to sign many contracts for different scopes, and also to have an economy of scale. And the catalog for procurement, it is something that was established as an instrument for those processes. Another topic that I mentioned before, but this guideline with a view to improving the use of human resources and materials that are available. As I said, there's a preliminary technical study is provided for in this guideline, and the burden lies with the administrator to show how the solution, if that's the best solution, considering all those aspects, the human resources that are available and materials that are available and so on. And this one I had already addressed, because this guideline looks not only at the savings or in the procurement process, but it looks all the list of contracts in the government. So the analysis should not be conducted separately from all these other aspects. And something else you had already mentioned, and that's going to be a challenge, but it is the need to do the previous assessment of the risks of the contract, and when it is pertinent, a risk matrix should be defined for the risks to be shared among the stakeholders. And here, an interesting point is the law brings this guideline for the administrator to do an exercise of futurology in the contract or in the requirements of the contract, risks that may appear during the execution of the contract or the performance. So it is a guide to have call for bids and contracts that are better built, thinking about what may happen in the future, and thinking about big contracts and concession agreements is something that we have been working on for a long time, but it is an element that brings complexity for simpler procurement processes. But you're not going to look at risk matrix for different contractual scopes. So it only requires as mandatory the preparation of risk matrix for large contracts, because it does not make any sense to go over this very complex stage for simple procurements. So there must be this calibration, and simpler contracts with simpler execution, they have less risk. So it does not make any sense to waste time with doing this analysis when the risks are small. And another important aspect that I spoke about risk, and look at that also goes for the analysis of the oversight of the contract and the performance of the contract. That's something that happened and should happen before. If you're going to buy something and you have to monitor, oversee all the contract, you have the
penalties that may be imposed and so on. You, as an administrator, you should assess at the beginning, when you draft the contract, what is going to be the structure that is going to be responsible for managing and overseeing the contract. This is a message that the law brings, that I'm sure that all of you know, that it is a requirement that was necessary, that was established and was enforced by the courts. And another aspect that is not new to anyone, but it is a guideline to try to improve the contracts for the government. That there's no mystery here, but it's something that you were used to seeing, is the weighing of the requirements for qualifying the vendors or suppliers, because that was an element to guarantee contracts that were better performed, the quality contracts. And then the novelty of the law, it has to do with the provision in the law itself of some percentages, I think, trying to address some doubts that already existed regarding case law and regarding jurisprudence. So and the case law contributed to the legal text. And those certificates, Law 8666 already spoke about that. They must be compatible with the most relevant parts of the object. But the law, what is the most relevant part of the object? Which may require the submission of certificates. The law says that are the ones above 4%. And something else is the requirement of the minimum quantity. If I'm not mistaken, it requires technical professional certificates, and then I think case law had already established it could up to 50% of the amounts could be required. What the law does, it expands the quantity for those two types of attestation and establish 50% as something that is acceptable. And there's a restriction. I think they cannot require the attestation of specific locations or specific periods, but it's something that I'd like to learn from you. Learning the doctrine, I think people are making that more flexible. I don't know if the law reflected the understanding that people try to consolidate, but we can talk about that later. And another aspect that is important that has to do with the national portal of public procurement, which is the possibility for restricting the contract to vendors that are registered on the website. So the states that I had already had these websites that do the pre-qualification, that do the pre-registration of contractors, but the law establishes a national register saying that for some specific requirements that may be standardized, like the assessment of certificates, and there's the previous registration, and also allows the restriction of the procurement process for those vendors, and that makes things faster in the procurement process. And another important aspect is that in the registration, the history of the performance of the contracts by the contractees is also mentioned and also recorded. And what is how practical can that be? And if the history is bad, if there's a penalty, it does not prevent you from signing a contract. But speaking about incentives, and I think it is something positive to encourage better performance of contracts. There's a history of contractees and contractors, and the administrator or the manager of the contract, it can use that to assess. But if you look at the record, the history of that contractor, I think when there's a bad history, that the managers try to find a solution as quickly as possible, and to make sure that the government does not keep on using that contractor. I don't know what the situation, what the status is in the practice. I don't know if it is actually working now. This register of contractors, if the government is able to consolidate this record regarding the performance of contractors, but it's something that if it works, if it is well disseminated, it's very interesting to disseminate the better performance of contracts. I still have some time. I think you're tired. I can tell that you're tired. So we should break for coffee, right? We have 2 slides to wrap up. May I go over that very quickly? You're not too tired, right? Okay. So this is only a comment. I had said that law brings those material guidelines of selections that it finds more suitable. And I brought another block of topics because at the end of the day, they aim at objectives that some researchers call secondary to the engagements. So it prioritizes some choices that in the concrete case we may assess whether that was the most economical one or not, whether it is the most efficient one, but it allows some choices looking at the future objectives of the government. The law has mentioned that, but it repeats, encourage of the national development, sustainable national development, establishes the duty to have a strategic policy of each contracting party to make looking at those objectives for a public policy that must exist with an aim to achieving those goals. I have brought some policies. So 144 talks about variable remuneration based on performance, considering environmental sustainability criteria, and 34 speaks about environmental impact linked to sustainability, and 25 paragraph 9 maybe it is the most polemic one. They speak about the requirements of labor of women that have left the prison or were enslaved in the past, and 26 about what was in the law, percentage for recycled products and biodegradable and national products that can go up to 20% if there's the development of technological solutions in the country. So these are things that the law brought very clearly, which may be used as instruments by the administrators for fulfilling those purposes, but are linked to public policy purposes that the law allows. These are the formal objectives, formal guidelines aimed at the best value. It is a guideline. A competitive bidding, it is the best way to have the best contract possible. We have spoke about the centralization of the procurement process, market survey, and ETP. These are formalities, but at the end, they aim at this more advantageous result for the government. And that's the end of the formal requirements. Thank you. So 3:07. Now let's come back at 3:22. Okay. British punctuality. I know it is hard, but let's try to make it work. The coffee break is outside. Please help yourself. Do not forget to sign the attendance list. Otherwise, you'll be marked as absent.
tarde, pessoal. Gente, mais uma vez, eu coloquei aqui, pedi para colocar, na verdade, o QR
Put up the QR code to this set of files that we have provided to you. We have also the schedule for the whole week with everything that is going to happen, the up to date. There's also a link to the photographs of the event if you need photographs to prove that you have attended the event for your travel report. Today's presentations are not available yet because they are in this computer. I don't want to get in the way of our speakers. But I'd like to invite you to ask questions, express your fears, your concerns, your challenges for us to be able to discuss and talk. Microphone, please. Robson from Goiás TCM. We have a question here, and I don't know if you're going to talk about that later. It is about the audit, and based on this new manual, if you're going to provide specifications, or each court will choose the scope of the audit. We're going to provide with some instructions, but the idea is to use your expertise without curb what you do, to use the best approaches and the best reports, and then to use a model. But we're going to talk about that. And first of all, it's important there's a lot of content to go over for us to go over that. I was talking to Ray. We already have the links, today's link on YouTube, the video in English and in Portuguese. And soon I will also provide in this directory the link for you to access today's presentation, and in the coming days, and for the coming days as well. So all this material is available to you. And the presentations, as I get them from the computer, the newer ones, I'm going to update them in the specific directories of each day. Make sure to sign the attendance list, and tomorrow we're going to start at 9 again. There is no need for doing the registration, but make sure to arrive earlier to find a seat in the auditorium. Over to Council Marina. Well, so now resuming my presentation, there are some slides speaking about the context of innovation of the law regarding best value, reflecting the impact on the work that is carried out by the audit courts. And the considerations, they translate what we have discussed, speaking about preliminary technical study and the need to pay a close look to thinking about the context of the auditor, thinking about the context of each municipality, and talking about some questions that were asked, and I guess you can talk about other questions that you may find pertinent. The first message is that law many times does not bring binary solutions. So it addresses alternatives that are available to the administrators that will be analyzed based on each case. So it's very hard, based on legal guidelines, to come up with a checklist or to understand very clearly what are the A and B options that are available to the administrators. Sometimes the law brings rules about the use of tools, but what is right or wrong in each case is something that law does not answer. Another aspect that we have mentioned, speaking about the preliminary technical study and the burden of motivation,
I think at the end, the first requirement of the law is the administrator to the administrator must justify his or her selection or choice. Why, in that case, that modality was more concrete? Why did he choose A or B solution? Because within a given context, choice may be valid because of time, because of the budget. If we look at the scenario for another entity, maybe for a similar object, the controller may question something. So in the end, the administrator must justify, and the law and says that there's a duty for justification. And the preliminary technical study, this is something that is mandatory in the law. Another provocation, I have talked about that as well, but we are under the impression that although the law tried to modernize and simplify and streamline procedures, in the end, maybe it did something in excess. So considering all the guidelines, the law has 194 articles, and the law tried to simplify another law that had 155 articles. So there are too many details, and that can be used by private parties to question the bidding process, and that will lead to more litigation, and the law tried to avoid that. And that must be taken into account by the audit courts to avoid more bureaucracy and some to avoid the law to prevent the law from to stopping the innovation, right? And some institutes that will enforce the law for the first time, sometimes it will not make any sense for the administrator to innovate. And at the end of the day, if there is no tolerance to errors and learning process that are natural in any innovation process, we run the risk of stop using the procedures. For example, if we look at the concession agreements signed by the federal government, the concession agreements in the first stage, what were the agreements like? Very simple. Risk is something that we do not address, and today it is very easy to criticize the past, but in the past we were trying to do the concession agreements for a public service, thinking about something that comes to my mind, and we cannot judge based on information that we have that will happen to many legal frameworks. We have to make the mistakes to learn, and this tolerance to mistakes is very important to encourage the use of the law. And something else that was brought by the colleague is the difficulty in applying or enforcing a law that is very broad at the municipality, at the state, at the federal level, because the situations and the aspects are different. And here, some final considerations regarding practical implications of the control. We spoke about the difficulty of the administrators to adapt to the new law, but there's a difficulty of the controller to adapt to new law. It is very hard for everyone to familiarize oneself with the new laws. This is one of the reasons why we are having this training session, but it will take a while to get used to it. And something else that came to my mind based on these new criteria that are brought by the law is that I think that at the end of the day, when it starts looking at the internal phase, it also brings new elements to support the oversight. When the administrators has to provide the justification for a given selection or the choice, if the justification is very bad, a warning sign or a flag pops up. Oh, it was poorly written because he does not have a technical staff to do that, or maybe there's fraud or something, and maybe it was reason to provide justification. I think it brings a lot of documents that have to be disclosed to the public. They have to be disclosed in the National Procurement portal. There's a list of documents that will bring more transparency, and I think elements that will allow to identify potential fraud. And something that I came to my mind that will be part of this list of documents that are public and that must be available to any stakeholder, any interested party. That will bring more transparency, that will allow us to identify irregular accounts. And the final considerations, they go back to what we said. This need to, we have to adapt the control to each reality. We spoke about the 6-year term for adapting for the smaller municipalities. Something that I mentioned, but we should highlight in the final considerations, is the need to calibrate the control, because if we go very strongly in the beginning, I think, and it's very important to try to check whether there's bad faith, but there are other situations in which the administrator has to learn, and he made mistake because he or she didn't know. So there are situations that are very different in real cases, and it's important to differentiate those cases. So as final messages, it's important to remember that the law does not bring one single solution or one single path. So if the choice of the administrator is wrong, but it is reasonable, we should take that into account. And the final message, it is essential, the control, to make sure that those laws are not, the people do not stop using them. And the law is very clear, speaking about the responsibility of the control bodies in this training, and the control regarding the enforcement of the new law. That's the end of my first part. Now we go to the second part of the presentation. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now you're going to be with me, which is not as cool as Maria and Vera, but maybe I will show you one or two things that are interesting to you. There were people from Pará, from the state of Pará. Although I remember you were at the other event that we had. You are from Santarém, and somebody, Thiago, said, right? How cool. Pleasure to be with you from my home state. In this part of the presentation, we have spoken about the procurement law, the structure of the procurement law. Just to repeat a piece of information that was provided by Marine, although we talk about best value, the law did not bring this expression, best value. It brought other expressions, as we saw in Marina's presentation, speaking about cost benefit, sometimes speaking about life cycle, to designate this procurement or this engagement based on best value. So I think Marina has spoken about the criteria that we have best value based procurement process. In this final part, we thought it would be useful to talk about the control itself. What does the law say about the control activities in procurement process based on that? And what is the work that is established in the law specifically for you in the audit courts? I will not spend too much time talking about audit courts. What is the role of audit courts? Because you know what you do and so on. But just to give you a framework that is just to set. We first of all have a general competency. All of you know in the federal constitution is speaking about the type of oversight work that the audit courts will carry out. Although the law speaks about the federal audit court, but then you have the provisions that enforced based on the parity, based on the reflection, that are replicated to the other audit courts. What type of oversight? A budgetary assets for the direct or indirect regarding the legality and economicity, right? Here we bring this criteria for you that they are provided for in the Constitution because they are useful for us to bear in mind that an audit based on best value, based on cost benefit, based on life cycle will not link to best price or savings based on the standards that we were used to thinking about, but they are not only within the competences of the audit course for the audits that you carry out, but it is a type of audit that is supported by the Constitution. So there's support for conducting the audit. There's support for doing the procurement based on that. It's using other type of parameters that not only the lowest price. And now specifically speaking about the engagements done based on the law 14,133, again, before we go into the terms of the law, we're going to have two types of work that the audit courts will do. They are somewhat obvious. There you have the first line of action. What is your magic? Okay, it has come back. You have the first work, which is when the contract has already been signed. So you oversee the expenditure that has already the amount of money that has been paid, and the audit courts assesses the rendering of accounts, the accounts rendered by administrators, and the ones that will result in loss to the government. Here, talk about a contract that has already been signed, money that has already been spent, and as a result, caused damages to the treasury that will have to be remediated or punished. And here we are talking about we're trying to differentiate that from other types of audits that are conducted by the audit courts, which is now more governed by the new procurement law, which is an audit before you have the expenditure, and before signing the contract or before paying the contract, you also have the duty, the audit court, to do the previous oversight work. So when you have a procurement call for bid notice, when it has an irregularity, or when the government is drafting a call for bid, maybe it will call the audit court to find out if they are going in the right line, if they understand that it's something that is reasonable and acceptable. And then from that specific perspective of having the control before the contract is signed, we have some provisions of the new procurement law that are very important. And I think that they organize somehow a debate that was already done in the past about the moment when the audit courts must act. So probably all of you know that the new procurement law brought the new lines of defense. The first line of defense, second line of defense, third line of defense of public procurement. Actually, we don't have a lot of definitions in the law to say what in practice would be to work in the third line of defense. What is the procedure that must be carried out? And I was doing it wrong, that's why the microphone was failing. But to say that the audit court acted on a third line of defense, when it must act, when it must not act, when the government or an interested party, when that may happen or not, the audit court's decision is above which decision, because there are other parties involved, and the wording of the law gives us very few concrete things for us to work on, and some of them we will see here, but it does not answer a few questions that are relevant. And the main one is, what does it mean to work on the third line in terms of momentum or the timing for the audit courts to enter those procurement processes. And we conducted surveys. I forgot to say that to you, but it is important piece of information to, and it's something that we should address right now. But we have Professor Vera and I are administrative law professors in the FGV University in São Paulo. We are part of a public group. We talk about administrative law and so on. And one of the research lines that we have, it is a project that we have, the Observatory of the Tax Court or Audit Court of the federal government. We look at the decisions, looking from different points of view. We have different research lines for the interpretation of public procurement. We have research on infrastructure, on sanctions. We try to understand the dynamics of the federal audit court in all those topics. And when the procurement law came out, we started following or monitoring the decisions made by the court regarding the provisions that were useful for us to understand the dynamics of the control and the competencies of the control. And one of our colleagues, Professor Juliana Paulo from the FGV Law in São Paulo, she conducted a survey that was very interesting on how the federal tax court, federal audit court, is working on the third line of defense of control that the audit courts will adopt. To our surprise, we have some decisions, if I'm not mistaken, that are 22 decisions that have made that the TCU has interpreted regarding that topic. But basically, what the court has been saying so far up until now, there's the right moment, which is after the manifestation or the administrative authorities express something. For the federal audit court to suspend a bidding process or to make to do something else within the procurement process, you would have to have gone over the first line and second line before making the specific decision. What type of in which situations the court has understood that so far? Just going back here, the first and second line of defense that we have, the first one would be made up of public servants and bidding agents and public authorities that are competent, and the second line of defense and the internal department of the body that is organizing the procurement.
In all cases, basically the General Audit Court decided using this part here with a few adaptations. The lines of defense prevent the improper use or abusive use of public resources or unnecessary efforts. And between quotes, considering the principle of efficiency in Article 37 of the Constitution and Article 169 of Law 14,333 of 2021, the interested party should use the first and second line of defense in a line or entity before making use of the third line of defense, which are the audit courts. Preventing or avoiding the abusive use of publicly available or public funds. This is a decision, and what the General Audit Court has decided is that for the economy of resources, firstly, you see an irregularity in a bidding process. Firstly, you need to start these other lines of defense. This isn't in the law. This is an interpretation of the court. But as a lot of the jurisprudence of the General Audit Court has shaped how the administration has interpreted administrative legislation, and many of them are agreed with by the Supreme Court, this
has been it's understood that this is the understanding of the court, the current understanding of the court. So basically, after the new law, the General Audit Court has not allowed things when, first situation, when there hasn't been any appeals, when a person went directly to the General Audit Court without trying to act. So we have two decisions that reflect this, where this situation happened, and this is related to the lines of defense. Another situation, when there was a loss of the object because the institution had already acted to solve the issue, such as suspending the procurement or ratifying the bid notice. So that's a case where you wouldn't need to act. Another situation, and you can see in this one specifically, there are several judgments. Another situation when the decision was accepted about a identical subject. So in the other lines of defense, the contestation was accepted. And a third situation is when there hasn't been a decision in the administrative sphere. So that decision is still pending. So until that decision is made, I will not allow a representation. There is a specific case which is quite interesting, where even though lines of defense 1 and 2 haven't been come into effect, the court allowed this, the representation. But it was a case where the bid notice had obvious errors or huge errors that strongly indicated a suspicious bid. But of course, this was something abnormal considering the recent jurisprudence. But once again, this is the interpretation of the law, and I know the audit courts in general are independent. They are not directly subordinated to the General Audit Court, but I think it's useful for us to think or consider how to read this part of the law, which isn't, as I said, very detailed or clear or explained what it means to be on his third line of defense of public procurement. So, insofar we saw when to act, when the audit court should act. So you have a situation where the procurement happened. So this is after the procedure. And when we talk about law 14,133, what it says, we were talking about pre-bidding. Having said that, after this moment has passed, how should we act? What does the law and constitution say about the actions of the audit court? So, before entering the legal articles, which are important for our discussion, it's important for us to just remember the articles of the Constitution, because obviously we have to read the law in accordance to the Constitution. So, in public procurement, in that sense, firstly, you need a deadline for the institution to adopt the necessary measures to fulfill the law if something illegal is verified. So if you can do this in a procurement process, if you see a bid notice have some sort of irregularity. Another situation will be to suspend the act that is being questioned, communicating the decision to the Chamber of Representatives. So this is specifically for acts, such as the bid notice, in the case of public procurement. There is a difference which is important for us to mention, which is in a situation of contracts signed when the Constitution says that the competence of the courts is to suspend acts, not contracts. But in the case of contracts specifically, what the Constitution says is
This act will be done by Congress. And if Congress or the executive in 90 days doesn't do the measures, the court will decide. I know there are different interpretations of this article of the Constitution. So you have here some interpretations that consider that the court will decide about the suspension. So, but you also have another interpretation where the court will decide about situations that the Constitution allowed the audit court to decide upon, which is an interpretation that has been used by the Supreme Court in several decisions and the General Audit Court. And I'm always going to use an example of the General Audit Court because, like I said, my research project was about the General Audit Court. So it's not a personal preference or anything like that for the TCU, for the General Audit Court, but sometimes we look at state audit courts, but it's more difficult for us to do a jurisprudence analysis due to the number. It's easier when you have a unified institution than when you are comparing different institutions with different states and different municipalities. But in the General Audit Court, this jurisprudence of the Supreme Court has been often referenced in the decisions, and it's not really a competence for suspending contracts, but to decide within the limits of the acting of the court. Another thing that's important is to apply sanctions that are legal sanctions for illegal expenses or irregular audits results. So here this reference is the fine. I didn't write it down. The Constitution talks about a fine, but it says fine or other sanctions in law. And something that's interesting about this is that what are the other sanctions that audit courts in the states or the municipalities have applied? Because it seems like there are other possibilities apart from fines, and in the General Audit Court you have an ineligibility sanction, the non-ability to take public office, prohibition of taking public office. But I was curious to know if other courts apply other types of sanctions. I know this isn't the theme, but please, if anyone could tell me something. Does anyone have any other sanctions? Making assets unavailable as a temporary measure. Yeah, in our court in Goiás, recently, it's not definitive, but the municipal secretary was was suspended from his office. Not a definitive decision, but he was suspended for 90 days for a contract issue related to the ambulance services. Some prerequisites were not fulfilled, so this was a temporary order. And on the second temporary order, he was suspended or kept from his activities. So it is a harder sanction, but which is already happening in some specific cases, even though it's a temporary order. And is this applied so is it temporary, or is it at the end? No. Was there a fine? No, there hasn't been a fine yet. But what about in other cases? No, this was the first time that someone was suspended, and it was someone from the capital. So it had some it had some repercussions. But other sanctions exist, and the unavailability of assets as well. But it hasn't happened in our court. We haven't made certain frozen assets or nothing like that yet. Someone else? Any other experiences that you could tell us? Chris? You can use mine. I think it's work. I have our internal rules open. It says sanctions such as a fine proportional to the damage. Restitution of money is a sanction. Non-release of certification. Prohibition of contracting with the municipality. Another sanction which is cancelling the act. Did any of these other sanctions, were any of them applied? Yes. Yes, the court uses it, and there is a list on our site about the persons who are prohibited from contracting with the state. Okay. Interesting, because some courts, I can't say most of them, but many of them use only the fine when they apply sanctions. But based on the experience of the General Audit Court, which I think is interesting, with the declaration of in the municipality of São Paulo, do you know if there's something like this, Livio? No? I had research, but I hadn't found anything. Okay. So I know it's not the theme, but I was curious about that, so I used the moment. So now, going to the law. So how to act. So what the new law brings in terms of parameters for the audit courts to execute to perform their role. So we didn't to write what the articles say literally, because I believe anyone can just Google it. But we wrote this down to kind of simplify what was in these articles. Firstly, access to documents and information. To perform their activities, audit courts should have unrestricted access to document and information necessary for their work, including documents classified by the organ or entity in terms of the law 12,527 of 2011. That's the information access law that we have here, where there are classified documents, and this would ensure that you would have access to those documents. The audit court is co-responsible for the maintenance of the confidentiality of that information. So what's important to highlight this? Recently, what was a major controversy about the sharing of documents and information? Yeah, the plea bargains. So in the plea bargains, there were some doubts about what the audit courts could access, what documents they could request for to the public administration to perform their work. Obviously, we're not talking about plea bargains only. It involves public procurement, but not only that. But I think it's an interesting experience, because often the themes that caused the problem related to the plea bargain are often related to public procurement. And here in the law, there is an article where, even though we can't say clearly or concretely that it provides support to the audit courts in the celebration of plea bargains, to not be so that for example, the prosecutor's office isn't afraid of providing documents, or the one who is signing the plea bargain with the defendants. So they won't prevent this will prevent the other party from telling the auditor that they won't give them documents. But it makes you co-responsible for the confidentiality of the documents, but you could access the documents for auditing. Another action that's relevant brought by the law, which is a pedagogical action by the courts. When something wrong happens, the audit court should adopt measures to solve it and to make recommendations for risk mitigation of new problems occurring, preferably by perfecting preventive controls and training the responsible public servants. Obviously, this is something the audit courts have been doing for a long time, which is to give recommendations about perfecting public procurement. I imagine all of you who do audits, I know we don't only have audits here, but most of you are. I think for sure you have recommended recommended enhancements several times for procurement processes, but now in the procurement law, the bidding law, you have this this explicitly mentioned, the pedagogical role. Another action, which is the duty to report. When there is damage to the administration, the audit court or controllers will investigate the administrative infractions and will send to the prosecutor's office documents, copies of documents for investigations. And it's important for us to spend a bit more time discussing this article, because in the work we're doing together with DAP, one of the themes that came along, that always comes up, is how did the interaction occur between the audit courts and the prosecutor's office, or prosecutor's offices in general, when you, in audits, identified possible procurement frauds. And we know that it's not just in auditing. When you find an irregularity, that doesn't mean there was a fraud in procurement. The irregularity can be due to other reasons. Sometimes might be a mistake. There might not be an intent behind that, a legal intent. But often, sometimes, you might identify the probability that a fraud was highly probable. So something that the DAP always asked us was, what relationship do you have with the prosecutor's office? What's the procedure? Do you send stuff to the prosecutor's office? How? So we talked a lot about this, because basically what you have is, in the laws, in the audit court law, in the procurement law, you have an article that says you have to communicate, but there isn't a procedure. There isn't further detailing about how this interaction should occur between the prosecutors and auditors. So I wanted to once again provoke you a bit and ask, what is your reality? Because this is something that's going to come up in the other days of the workshop. From a practical standpoint, and also in terms of asking, we'll ask you this, but I wanted to use the moment to ask, what's your experience that you could share with us about this relationship with the prosecutor's office? When you see problems, do you forward information to the prosecutor's office? What would you send them? What wouldn't you send them? Is there a specific procedure? Is there something that you do more out of custom? Simply, when you conclude, you suggest in the report, we suggest communicating the prosecutor's office of the state of Paraíba, in our case, to inform them about the following facts. If the council agrees, electronic letter, an official document is sent electronically to the prosecutor's office, either federal or state, and they will receive that instantaneously. And the contrary also happens. They can also let us know about things they find. And it's a daily communication. And you send the information that you investigated, yes, the entire document. We send them our entire investigation. It's all electronic. They have access to all the documents. The contrary as well. When it's a civil procedure, PIC, Criminal Investigative Process, PIC, they also provide us access to the briefs so that we can help them and investigate as well. State of Paraíba? Yes. I'm from Roraima. The same thing in the state of Roraima. At the end of the report, we write down, we suggest that the report is forwarded with all documents to the relevant prosecutor's office. We forward it electronically. And in the case, in our experience of the Roraima audit court, with the prosecutors working with us in twice, they used 4 of our employees, 4 of our auditors were attached to them. 1 to the prosecutor's audit court, and this resulted in a criminal investigation. Another one, the audit court of Bahia. We are enhancing a process or perfecting a process because these cases exist, which are those cases where you finish the report, it's been judged, and then there is a representation by the counselor. But we have also worked, but still it's quite in the beginning yet, through intelligence groups. These intelligence groups of the audit courts have an agreement with the intelligence unit of the prosecutor's office for exchanging intelligence. So it doesn't always have to be, we don't send them evidence, and the evidence that we send them cannot be used in court because often the reports are ongoing. But if I, for example, identified that the owner of a company received a family stipend, government aid, or the sister-in-law of someone from a company, there's a relationship, a conflict of interest. You might not have the proof of a problem, and the courts often don't have the tools to investigate things in greater depth. So in these cases, we can collect the information, forward it from the intelligence group to another intelligence group, and that intelligence group will forward it inside their institution, the prosecutor's office. And there is no obligation. If they think it's relevant, they can open an investigation. If not, they won't. But we have worked like that as well. So it's a two-way street. And here a question for you guys. I think this will appear in the next few days. Is there a sort of differentiation between a case? So, for example, this case I'll send to the prosecutor's office. This one doesn't make sense, thinking about fraud. So, in this case, I believe there are elements indicative of fraud, and in this one, there isn't, because there isn't an indication of fraud. Or any irregularities, I'll just send it to the prosecutor's office. Okay, you separate it, you have a criteria. It's an issue of credibility. If we start forwarding all our reports to the prosecutor's office, it will look like we work, you know, with we're not serious. You know, we don't work based on facts and evidence. Of course, it's an evaluation of if that fact is material, subjective, and objective. But for example, a person who is a partner of a company and has a $1 million contract, if they've received government aid, is that irregularity? It's not, but it's very suspicious. I get you. So let's say relevant suspicion. Leave you, please. Here I believe there is a clear separation of what is a crime and what isn't when we decide to forward information to the prosecutor's office. I'm not a specialist, but from what I've seen in the deliberations, when they believe there is fraud, they send it to the prosecutor's office. Otherwise, if it's just an administrative infraction, it doesn't seem like it's a case of forwarding the information to the prosecutor's office. But I'm not a specialist on this theme, and I like to underline that. It's interesting that you told me that, because once again, when you reach the discussions about evaluating fraud, this is going to be a theme that for sure you're going to work on. So if you can think about how this works in all your courts, it's going to be interesting for the results, the final results of the workshop. I think this will help to enhance the practical portion of our activities over this week. Someone else?
Another way of working, so another provision regarding the reference to the administrative process. In the oversight work, the courts must adopt criteria of relevance, risk, considering the reasons presented by the bodies and responsible entities, and the results achieved through the procurement process. So, of course, again, this is not an innovation of the law, but when we think about best value and procurement process that are not the typical processes, and that sometimes require a test of creativity when you try to come up with the call for bids. The law said that you have all the criteria to help in the oversight, but you're going to have to look at the administrative process that was carried out before the call for bid notice or before the contract, to check if it was properly done, if everything was done properly. This is not new to you, but the courts may work based on their competency or because of someone has called them, and we don't put that in the PowerPoint because this is nothing new, but there's no point in saying that. But when we thought, well, given the recent case law of the TCU about what the third line of defense is, in which the audit courts are, maybe this is something the work based on a relevant request that comes into a different frame, is framed differently, right? So the law based on those three lines of defense. So this work resulting from a request that was made by a third party has some requirements for that to happen. And the dialogue, this is very interesting what the law brought. The law says that the courts will listen to managers about referral proposals that are made by, and that will have a significant impact on the work routine of the overseeing bodies to give support for the previous assessment of cost benefits of those proposals. Basically, before you say to the public administrator, you as the audit court, to say to the public administrator that is managing a procurement process, and when you talk about a specific proposal that will modify the procurement process that you are analyzing, open the space for the public administrator to let you know, to bring you more information for you to do a cost benefit analysis, to check whether it makes sense to do things differently in that procurement. So we check not only the value of the contract, but to check if those adaptations will make the contract more expensive. And when we think about best value, it's important to take that into account. Another topic that is very important, especially for the work that is being carried out, about audit standards. The law says that the courts must adopt objective standards and the assessment of well-based reports based on evidence that was gathered, and something that a very important topic, organized according to the audit courts auditing standards. We're talking about best values, but you're going to have audit manuals to do the best value assessment. The law says that those standards are important, they must be developed, and the courts must apply those standards. Although they are not legal, they are not laws, those standards, they are important. They must exist to some extent because they are used by the auditors in their work. Of course, they have to be developed based on studies, but once they are developed, once those manuals are developed, they also must be used during the audits and must be taken into account. And the 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 semi-integrated procurement, integrated procurement process, and other ones that were mentioned here. I, and the audit courts will have to have inspection objectives that take into account the purpose of the procurement, the overall prices, the sum price, and considering the geographical dimension. Is nothing too new, and that was something that we found a lot in the case law of many courts, but this ingredient in the rationalization that brings all the criteria. Just put that between quotation marks here and a parenthesis. I think law innovates in some aspects. It creates something new things in many aspects, but maybe with other names, with different organization, different way to present the topic. But we are under the impression that, especially considering the influence that the audit court, the federal audit court, had on the way the audits must be conducted, this law created many things that were already adopted in the case law, in the decisions of the audit courts overall. So many of the things that we are saying here, this is something new that the law has created. This is not new. This is something that was part of our decisions. In the audit courts, we took that into account in our decisions, but maybe one, except one case or another, there was and the tax court's culture was adopted a lot here, especially the federal audit court, not only in terms of control, but in other topics as well. But if you talk about administrative sanctions, the same thing happens. There were not too many innovations. There were many things that were already adopted in the federal audit court and the STJ, so they were only mentioned here. Eduardo from TCM São Paulo. I'd like to talk about the previous slide, because I understand the point number 2 that you try not to include in the slide. It is extremely relevant, and especially São Paulo, the district attorney. I work in the infrastructures department, and we receive countless. And nowadays, recently only a few, but in the past, the district attorney asked us to check a given problem at different levels, right? So we had the responsibility to do all that work, and I noticed that our relationship with the DA was very complicated. For example, a request was made to me. It was only one page, one letter, and I cannot remember what the topic was. I remember one of them, which was the Corinthians Stadium during the World Cup, but that was very complicated. But there was another case. What about all the material that the DA has already produced, coming from an investigation, a public investigation? Oh, that was not forwarded. How come? I have to know what has already been prepared. No, you're going to have to go there, ask the district attorney. And who are you? I'm the auditor from the audit court. After he was a little bit reluctant, he asked me to send a letter, and then within 50 days, then I told him, well, just for you to have an idea, that the treatment should be the same, should go both ways. But a lot of councilmen, councilwomen, they make a lot of requests for, and from citizens as well, regarding healthcare and infrastructure. So I understand that this topic is very important, and we don't receive more because the audit courts are not known. People do not know that these tools, this reporting, and those hotlines, those tipping lines, they are available, then people may use. So I think you should insist on that. But it is quite relevant. And I would like to thank you for your input, because it got me thinking about something else. Because when you ask the audit court to do some work, how should that be done? Because you send them a petition because there's a case that the audit court should investigate. But if you have an investigation, if you have information, isn't your duty to provide that letter with evidence? Because sometimes you get a piece a piece of news and you send that and a newspaper article, but once you have carried out an investigation, you have information. Okay, so you have the right to make a request to the audit court, but you have the duty to let the court know what you have. 15 days ago, CADE people paid us a visit, and I recommend that you visit them. I forgot the name of the head of CADE. He came to São Paulo. He spent 2 days together with the controller people from the city, in theory from the district attorney, but only representative came from the district attorney. But that was very interesting to have this exchange of information regarding the investigations that are being carried out. I would like to give you a practical example. During the break, we were having a conversation. People were missing practical things. A councilman paid me a visit. A school that had just been completed. It was built. And people were complaining that the kitchen was not working, that there were cracks on the flooring in the south zone of São Paulo. What do we do? It is something that we are innovating somehow. We call the councilman and we say, tomorrow, I'm not exaggerating, maybe the day after tomorrow, I would like one of your representatives there, especially the one that filed the report, and the CIURB, the contractor of CIURB, the inspector of CIURB, the principal from the school, the director of the regional center, everyone together to check the problem and to try to come up with a solution for that problem. It was successful, very successful, because you will solve the problem right now, at that moment, or at least you find a solution, and the councilman goes there and he feels surprised because he wants to do something more political. No, but this is a technical issue. Let's address the problem. So if that's the problem, let's try to address it. So it is something very grateful to all of us. And this is what I'm saying. And that's your provocation, right? Good afternoon, Marcelo Nogueira from the Audit Court of Espírito Santo. Just to contribute to your discussion along the lines of what he said, the audit courts 10 to 15 years ago was swamped with requests for audits because the district attorneys and all the the councilmen did, what they did was request for audits. They sent us a letter, you should check this or that, and without any evidence, it was a request for an audit, and we have reformulated our line of work, and the councilmen and isolated, they were not legitimate parties to request audits. But if they wanted, they should file a report, and that would go beyond the admissibility requirements. From there on, we addressed our problem. We solved our problems in terms of audits that were filed, that were requested by third parties. and we started conducting our own audits. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Espírito Santo audit course. They have a rendering of accounts code. It was Mato Grosso, if I'm not mistaken. But thank you for your input. Please, Chris. I'm looking at the 8 guidelines of how to work that you have described in the legislation, and my question was, it seems that we have 2 procedures here. The procedures in accusations, in reports, and I don't know if you work with the information or accusation or charges, but seems that we don't analyze the entity to map the process and check the risks and internal controls and to be able to make good recommendations. Does that happen in your courts? Because in ours, it is only in the office. It goes to the legal office and then it goes to DDA. It seems that it is quite far away from those 8 areas here. So we are saying it will have to be like that. If it has to be like that now, maybe we should use risk and materiality to admit reports and tips, to use that for oversight work. Just a reflection for your debate. Let me hand it over to you. I think your comment is wonderful. This is something that we discussed among us to set this up, the legal team. We decided to bring to you the issues that are in the law and something about the Constitution, to analyze the legal provisions, but not go into the types of procedures that the audit courts do. So here we are analyzing what the law brings, but it does not mean to say that any type of procedure, any type of audit procedure involves all those procedures. For some procedures, some of these are not applicable, and for some are applicable, but for other ones are not applicable. We have to bear in mind the type of what is the audit process that was requested, whether it was requested or not, but that the audit court started doing, because some of them may make sense for the operational audit, but not for the rendering of accounts. So we have to check what is the procedure. We're talking about the oversight of procurement. It provides more specifications, but still there are different procedures that may be carried out within the oversight of contracts, to check what is the type of criteria will be adopted. So it is necessary to do this screening before. Who would like to say a few things? We would like to. So in our court, in the charge or report, we focus on the topic of the report. We don't, because there's a risk of the audit. So, and there's also the possibility of being accused as audit of being looking for something beyond, to create obstacles. So we create the basis, and we come up with a report to agree or to reject the accusation. And the audit court of Roraima, right? Roraima State, and something else. This is a standard in the bidding process for contracts and the other secretariats. We focus on what the tip or report addresses, and if we bring something else, is to help to provide more evidence and to use as basis for what we are saying in the report. So I know we are almost done for the day. I know that you have used a lot of your brain power here today, but let's try, and I'm going to try to go faster here to go to the final considerations slide. I'd like to invite you if you have any questions, if you want to say a few words, and I'll hand it over to you. So at the end of, in our final slides, so first of all, the preventional work of the court. The court must express whether the irregularity is actually irregular or not. So counting from the date of the service of notice, and you were looking at each other, counting from the service of notice from the body or entity extended for once only. So I was not the one that wrote it, but the law established this 25 days to respond, and that can be extended. Another aspect is the justification. The decision must say what has been done in the case of essential objectives or procurement by emergency. So if you suspend a procurement process and there is any type of public interest involved in an essential object or emergency procurement, you have to say how this public interest will be served, because you have suspended the procurement process. I don't hate the messenger, but I'm just the messenger. And finally, the decision of the merit must be define the necessary measures based on the potential alternative for solving the bidding process or decree the annulment. And considering the potential, the possibilities, we're going to talk about Linde's reform, but maybe we should say very quickly, maybe that's not necessary. In 2018, I think it is the following slide, if I'm not mistaken. In 2018, the law for the introduction of the legal standards to the Brazilian law that was reformed, and that brought a lot of guidelines for controlling and public administrators as a whole. And control speaks to the judiciary, and one of the guidelines that was established was the assessment of consequences of your decision. Once you make a decision, what are the potential alternatives of the decisions that I may make? And once I make that decision, what are the consequences? I'm sorry. How am I going to address the consequences of my decision? In this provision of the law, it has a synergy with that idea. Once you make a decision that somehow would have other impacts, other consequences, you're going to provide potential alternatives to fulfill the public interest. And Professor, regarding this topic, do you understand that this assessment of the potential alternatives refers to Article 147 of Law 14,133? What is the article? 147 is the one that talks about the consequences of the annulment. It talks about the new regime of nullities of Law 14,133, which establishes a lot of consequences, legal consequences, and factual consequences that happen when irregularities are detected in the bidding process, as both in the bidding process and in the performance of the contract. So 147, when you find if you find a problem, if this decision about the suspension of the contract must be adopted it proves to be of public interest. So it brings a lot of. So there are many things were said, but it's only it has 11 items here. I think that this standard, it went beyond. It was more sensitive to this idea of consequences of the decision. So in many provisions, it even mentions the content of lenity in these several provisions, we have this concern of having the administration or the government more attentive to those consequences. I think one of the spirits that informed this legislation is this pragmatism. So I think the same pragmatism that you find in 171, you're going to find in Article 147 in this weighing of consequences. You're right, and I'm not going to go over each point here, but just to give you an overview, is in this slide specifically for public procurement in the law for introduction of standards in Brazilian law from 2018 onwards. Some I understood why I cannot grab at the bottom of the microphone, it cuts the signal. Some consequences, some types of guidelines were given. So basically this law established parameters for decisions based on undetermined standards. So when you inform something in a value such as efficiency, morality, or in a standard that is too broad, it brings some parameters. So the assessment of consequences, for example, for you to make a decision. And another aspect related to public procurement are the effects for the invalidation of acts. So it must indicate as practice act in the legal administrative consequences, and also along the lines of what we are saying in the provisions of the law, the procurement law. And then changing or rotation does not invalidate acts that were carried out in the past that has an impact on public procurements, because you change the understanding of how a given provision of the law, procurement law, is interpreted, and how and the impact that it has on the notice, or the call for bid notice. So it may be changed in the future, but what the law says, this change in the interpretation is applicable from there on. You cannot assess acts that were carried out in the past based on another well-known interpretation. You cannot use the new parameter to assess the previous interpretations.
And a general care so that public servants are not unjustly made accountable. So they will not be made responsible if there is an intent. So I'm going to give it to Professor Vera Monteiro, but I'm going to leave this slide on the screen because Marina did a really nice slide which basically shows what are the moments in the procurement process in which the inspection will happen and how it happens at each phase. So in a governance phase, in a preparatory phase, during the bidding process, and during the execution of the contract. I know you all know this, but it's a nice way to organize things, a little bit of what we discussed in a timeline of a public procurement process. Please. Hello, it's me again, Roberta from the São Paulo Audit Court. I don't want with my speech to sound indelicate, so I apologize if I do, but I have a concern, which is the following. We are all here together with the expectation to make uniform our procedures when we look at public procurement. And many of the things that we are discussing, it's not up to us, technicians, to decide. For example, if I'm going to receive a representation or an information or not, what is the content of a decision, if it will be forwarded or not to the prosecutor's office. This is not in the decision-making realm of the auditor. So I want to understand, how is there an expectation that how should us technicians act in these specific issues so that to generate this uniformization? Because I have a lot of internal anguish. I don't know my other colleagues. What do you expect us to do with all of this to make things more uniform? Because we don't decide most of these things. Of course, we learn a lot looking at all these things and reviewing all of this for sure. Have no doubt about that. But all these themes, they depend on other departments as well. So what's the role of the technical core? What's the role of the judge? Many of these things depend on the judge. So how are we going to make this uniform if they're not here in this training? And it's not our roles to take it to them. I'm sorry, that's why I said that I didn't want to seem indelicate, because I'm a bit anguished. How am I going to make this happen? Because I can't even touch upon this on my audit report. Yeah, I should. Joberto, right? No, that's fine. I don't have any problems with that. Folks, this is a process of change, and we need to change several areas inside the audit courts. And we need to start somewhere. We wanted to have a meeting with the presidents of the audit courts. Before that, it wasn't possible due to their agenda, events, and so forth. Can you see that? Colleague there, Daciclage, me and her, we were writing the actual invitation for the courts for the 9th of October's meeting with the councillors. An invitation or a demand? Let's say persuasion. It's the 28th Administrative Law Congress, which should have many councillors present. So we know for sure that we need to involve all the areas of the audit courts. But what event do you remember that has the auditors, ITs, and strategic information units involved together? I don't remember any. We have to start somewhere. We are starting with us. And we are showing what we think it's important to do from now on. All of you are probably anxious, and I love this. It's really important to provoke people so that people notice the need or realize the need for change. That's the first step, to be bothered. I said this in the morning, before you were even concerned, that I wanted you to be bothered. That's the idea. There is a need for change, there is a need for adaptation, there is a need to develop new procedures. What is the role of the Rui Barbosa Institute to make this easier through consolidated norms, whatever name you give it? We've also already talked with, in this morning, the president of the Rui Barbosa Institute was here. We talked with him about the need to work together with the norms committee of the IRB in regards to these consolidated norms. We're going to have meetings in the future about this theme. We should have that. The president as well, who is espousing the need to talk to the councillors. Will all of this be simple, easy, and immediate? We know not. Change takes time. On the other hand, we need to face the challenge and do it. What do we think? Obviously, auditors, you are very important in this role. We could, and we know this because we've been discussing this since the beginning of the process, if we're going to do it bottom up with the auditors, with you, or top down, deciding with the councillors and doing it, forcing you. Both things will be done, each in its own time. But we need to understand that we need to be aware of that, involve all areas. Is it going to be quick? No. But IRB is committed. This work group is committed to do that. But one thing I'm confident about, the project is good. It's a structural project, and it should make important changes in the audit courts. Maybe not all of you will take part directly in this first moment, but we have been able to bring all the audit courts in. It's difficult, but we were able. And we also need to think about the following. We need to work together, creating the work groups, strengthening that, and working so that we can make these changes. And I'm sure that next year we will be discussing our project at another level, talking about other things, because some steps will be over. All of them? No. Professor Joberto gave a longer timeline for the IT, about 4 years. With some things by 2025. We have some ideas, but we don't want to put the cart in front of the ox, otherwise you will become even more anxious. But the work groups that I've seen at Tricom and IRB have bad fruits. And there's a lot of things in this sense. You're going to see that. You can trust us. Please, Professor. Roberto. So Lívio, I can't speak better than Lívio, but I can just tell you that I understand your English as well, okay? I'm on your side. I'm going to give the floor to Professor Vera to close. I just wanted to say one thing. I think it's great, since the beginning that we've been talking about the sign language interpretation. How are they talking about life cycle and best value? Congratulations. It's amazing. Your speech, Roberto, was perfect. The anguish that we felt since since day one of this project, because we are really used to, when we talk about bidding and contracts, we think it's a typically legal subject, but often it isn't. Actually, I would say most times it isn't. I don't know if you know, but only in Brazil is the theme. Did you know that only in Brazil is the procurement theme dominated by lawyers? This doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. This is an audit subject. It's not a typically legal subject as it is in Brazil. So when we started this project, which is a project, like Lívio said, that's very important, of a paradigm shift, of changing the way we act in auditing, it was very natural, not because of us. We came aboard to help, but it was very natural that the project started in trying to understand what does the new law bring in terms of novelties for the auditors. And if there was any expectations, there were expectations that the new law would bring many new directives for the auditors. And if I could, and then Yasa and Marina help me right now, if I could summarize what was discussed in the afternoon, what are the takeaways about the new procurement law as for auditing related to best value, which is your interest, the reason why you're here. The new law, it brings clear directives for auditing in terms of best value. My answer, after everything I've heard today, is no. This is important data. It's not. We spent a year studying this subject, and your point of view was absolutely correct. The idea that you had that the new law updates a series of information that already existed in the past. You saw that many of the speeches here echoed practices that you were already aware of, or that you know of. The new law has something that's a huge novelty, which is related to public administration. In establishing that public administration has the duty to create an annual hiring program, it creates a technical study, ETP, the preliminary technical study. It created the need for training public managers. This is new. But the new law doesn't have anything that talks about the auditors, except talking about the role of the auditor schools in helping this process of training and qualifying public administration in learning about the new law. I'm going back to a theme that has been mentioned here. To know if it's a general norm or not, that's not the most important thing. Maybe it's the most irrelevant subject in a new norm. This is a debate which has gone debate of the past. The debate of the future is how the control institutions can help the public sphere to improve the quality of their procurement, especially considering, and here's another takeaway, of what was discussed today, especially considering that the new law, it opened up the possibility so that public administration can seek cost-benefit criteria or the best cost-benefit criteria in its procurement. This is new. Before that, there was always that feeling that the lowest price was always the best solution. It didn't matter any other indication or suggestions of better results. The new law changes that paradigm. The public manager can analyze convenience and opportunity. It opens up room for evaluation. This creates discomfort. Discomfort because each case is going to be a unique case. It creates discomfort because we don't have standardization, or the standardization becomes harder. How is an audit of a bidding process, like we were talking about, an audit process of a bidding process of improving asphalt, taking into account the life cycle, asphalt on the street, taking into account the life cycle of the object, margins, taking into account, what else does the law talk about? It talks about economies of scale, it talks about mentions technical qualification rules of the supplier, it talks about variable income, taking into account economic sustainability, it talks about environmental impact, it talks about indirect costs, it aggregates a series of difficulties in establishing the object of the procurement, in establishing the feasibility of that object, and afterwards how the audit is going to be. This is what the law says. It doesn't say how it's going to be done. It brings to the managers the burden of deciding how this will be done. What is the best value procurement? The law doesn't use this expression. The law uses, at some moments, convenience and opportunity. It talks about cost benefit. And cost benefit, as Marina said, has many dimensions. It's not it doesn't have a single aspect. Life cycle. Life cycle is just one aspect. It's not the only aspect. Sustainability criteria, local development criteria, sustainability in terms of the national industry. These are all aspects that are not tangible, clearly, directly, or objectively. This is the difficulty, because legislation doesn't respond or answer how the best choice will happen in each case. So this means looking at Marina and Yasser. Correct me if me as a student I learned incorrectly what you taught me. I learned that the administrator, their role is to plan and to plan. I learned that the control institutions should help them with that by operational audits, which is something that you, I believe, are less used to than conformity audits. Conformity audits is your bread and butter. I read the law, and when Marina said, the law says, make recommendations, don't change things from night to day, don't order people. We're going to work together, control institutions and these public servants. That means that you have an instrument in your hand, which is operational audit, that can help greatly to improve the quality of planning and internal organization of public administration, of training public servants to do the best choices, to make the best choices. I think this is also going to be a challenge for you, because conformity audits initially are going to be much less useful for you to help improve the quality of public procurement, because conformity audits, it's my impression, they will generate a lot more recommendations as for cost benefit than recommendations or hard recommendations taken into account reaching explicit legislative goals. So you're going to need to initially put yourselves in the shoes of the administrators, public administrators, in making or creating these new justifications, and to try and help them to assemble this structure so that afterwards they're able to produce an instrument, a legal instrument that's going to be the bid notice, and yes, that will be the object of the conformity analysis afterwards. So if I have to take home something from our talk today, is to have less expectations or small expectations about the new legislation. The new procurement law doesn't bring us objective criteria. It opens up the possibilities. It creates a series of options for the administrator to make the best procurement when possible. And what is that? It is to motivate, to think. It means looking at the documents. It means to have good processes. And yes, preliminary technical studies. Yes, you need to do preliminary technical studies, for sure. There is no way to execute a sophisticated procurement considering cost-benefit of a certain service or product without a preliminary technical study. So, I would say you are entering a new age, an age when the centrality of evaluations is no longer in the the letter of the law. The law brings us possibilities. How to do the audit, how to establish a standardized cost-benefit audit. I have no idea how, and I don't even know if that's possible, considering the array of objects procured. Possibly some directives may come along, no more than that. Each case will have its own difficulties, case by case, and there will be challenges. To understand that is a paradigm shift of 30 years of Law 8666. That's not a small thing. It's about raising awareness for all of us, on both sides, us on the legal side and the ones on the other side doing control, as well as the people in the public sector. So this should be, we need to turn a switch, and it's the role of all of us who are involved in this process to work for the best motivations, for the best choices. This is the only parameter that we have from now on. How are we going to move ahead? I don't know. I hope that the technical team who has worked on the auditing manual can bring a few examples, and I know they worked on that, and this will be presented in the next few days. Examples of audits and procurements of best value. From the point of view of the Brazilian legislation, Law 14,333, these answers are not given. The only answers that we have are, we're going to work together to improve the procurement environment so that we can have better and more efficient procurement. So it's the centrality of the role of the administrator and the auditor as a partner in developing better public procurement. Did I say anything you disagree with? If I did, do you think this is the best way to, you think there's a better way to present our conclusions? Well, nothing else changed in our legislation. It included the LINDB, Article 147 that was incorporated. Yeah, there's no longer any annulments for annulment's sake. That fiction no longer exists. We want to improve the quality of our deliverables. That's what's important. So, Livio, thank you very much for the opportunity, because this seems obvious after many hours of labor. But before that, we always keep trying to find a magic criteria in the law, but it doesn't exist. Thank you. I wanted to give you another piece of information. First of all, I'd like to thank the professors, Vera Marina and Yasser, for the brilliant presentation. And I've already provided the links for all transmissions in the Google Drive folder that you copied. I wanted to bring some data. I talked about this morning about both public procurement forums that were promoted. That happened in Goiânia. there were 800 registered persons. In São Paulo, we had about 1,000, almost 1,000. An important piece of data. Almost 80% of the registered persons were administrators and members of internal control. What am I trying to tell you? We have a window of opportunity of working with them so that we can do this, make this change. We are not alone. They need help, and they are trying to contact the audit courts for guidance. If it's difficult for us, for them it's even harder. We can be part of this movement. In my point of view, we have an obligation to lead this movement. We work in noble institutions. We have a noble job, and we should help our administrators and the internal controllers. How many times have I heard in the audit courts about the difficulty the audit courts have in doing internal control? Well, today internal control is trying to perform their role and are asking for help for the audit courts. So let's use this opportunity to work together and make a difference. Is it going to be quick? No. It's hard work. This will be a lot of work for a long time, but I'm sure that we will be able to make changes, even if they are incremental, even if they take time, even if we suffer. But this is more important than doing what we used to do always, which is to make the same remarks and seeing that the behavior in the outside world are not being changed. So this opportunity for them to change their behavior, that they want to change as well. And this new law brings these challenges that we can use. So, okay, folks, so we finished for today. Don't forget to give back your headphones, the interpretation equipment outside. Remember to get your credentials back so that you don't go home with a radio and without your ID. And tomorrow we'll start here at 9 a.m. Starting at 9. It's not to arrive at 9. Please arrive 15 minutes before. Today, it was a back-to-school day, so traffic was a bit more difficult. So try and arrive a bit earlier tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.